Hello, everyone, and welcome to the NIHIS Heat Season Warm-Up Workshop. Before we officially kick off the workshop, I wanted to go over a few housekeeping items regarding the Zoom platform. This webinar is being recorded and will be available on the event page on heat.gov in the coming days. The Zoom platform has a maximum capacity of 500 attendees. So if we reach the maximum number of attendees, you will be sent to our YouTube page to watch the live stream. This may happen if you leave the Zoom and come back later in the day, but the live stream will still be available to watch. We also have a link to the live stream on the event page on heat.gov. External recording of this webinar is prohibited. You cannot sample segments or sound bites for your own use or for the use of your organization. While we will not be using the chat during this webinar, we do encourage you to use the Q&A function at the bottom of your screen to ask any questions to our presenters. There will be time for Q&A after each presentation. And for those needing American Sign Language interpretation, we do have two interpreters here with us today that are pinned to your screen. All right, with that, it is time to officially kick off our event. So once again, welcome to the NIHIS Heat Season Warm-Up Workshop. My name is Morgan Zabo, and I am the Acting Director of the National Integrated Heat Health Information System, or NIHIS. We are so happy that you joined us today for our two-day virtual workshop that will raise awareness about heat safety at outdoor events. I first want to thank the Duke University Nicholas School of Institute for the Energy, Environment, and Sustainability for helping us to host this webinar. This workshop is taking place while some communities in the US are already feeling the heat. And people living in the Southwest already experienced the first major heat wave back in March, which shattered temperature records in some locations. Today, there's a heat advisory in southern Texas, and over 1 million people are currently under heat alerts. And it's only May 6th. And as we know, summertime is the time for outdoor activities between 4th of July parades, Little League baseball games, outdoor graduation ceremonies, beach vacations, and the list could go on and on. And of course, this year is even more jam-packed as the US is hosting large-scale events this summer, such as America 250 events and the FIFA World Cup. With all these events this year, our federal agency effort wanted to make sure that we were providing communities with the information that they needed to keep people safe at the many different types of outdoor events happening this summer. But I do want to focus on the FIFA World Cup for a minute because that is taking place in just over a month. On April 16th, the National Weather Service Climate Prediction Center issued its latest 3-month temperature outlook, and we can see that the odds are tilted in favor of above normal temperatures for most of the country during the months of the World Cup. And extreme heat has been in the news quite a lot as media outlets and communities are worried about the effect of heat on the 2026 FIFA World Cup this summer. Various outlets have covered how extreme heat could disrupt the World Cup and what fans, stadiums, communities, organizers, and athletes are doing to prepare for it and the things we need to be thinking about. Therefore, this workshop could not be more timely. The goal of this workshop is to make sure that communities are prepared and have the information that they need to make sure everyone stays safe in the heat this summer and the summers beyond. We look forward to all the fantastic presentations over the course of the next 2 days that will cover many different aspects of athletics and outdoor events. Thank you. And next, I will turn it over to the next NIHIS co-chair, Paul Schramm.
Thank you, Morgan. And hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. I'm Paul Schramm, Chief of the Climate Health Program at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. And as Morgan mentioned, I'm also a co-chair of NIHIS. On behalf of CDC, my federal colleagues, and fellow NIHIS members, it's a pleasure to welcome you to our heat season warm-up workshop. You can see on this slide the federal groups that have participated in NIHIS in the past decade. NIHIS is built on these partnerships across federal agencies and critically with all of you at the state, territory, tribal, local, and community levels, working together to reduce heat-related illness and death. I want to start by recognizing the work already happening on the ground. Across the country, communities are developing heat action plans, standing up cooling networks, improving worker protections, and integrating heat into emergency management and event planning. The case studies and experiences you bring to this space are exactly what make this workshop meaningful and actionable. This workshop is focused on something especially timely, preparing for heat in the context of outdoor events, sporting events, marathons, concerts, visits to amusement parks, things that define the summer season. And that focus couldn't be more important right now. Extreme heat is a major cause of weather-related deaths in the United States, and it's intensifying, arriving earlier, lasting longer, and affecting more people each year. As we look ahead to this summer, we know there will be major events happening in communities across the country, events that bring energy and connection, but also increased risk when temperatures rise. Preparing for those moments, protecting athletes, workers, and spectators alike, is both an opportunity and an urgent responsibility. Over the next 2 days, you'll hear about practical tools, strategies, and lessons learned, and think about how to apply those approaches in your own communities. Our goal is simple: to help ensure that no matter where or how people gather this summer, they can do so safely in the face of rising heat. Thank you again for being here, for the work you're already doing, and for the collaboration that makes progress possible. I'm looking forward to the conversations ahead. I'll turn it back over to Morgan for an overview of today's agenda.
Thanks so much, Paul. So we have a variety of really great sessions and speakers that we have over the next 2 days. So today's theme is focusing on heat impacts. What are the different impacts that we are thinking about when it comes to heat and outdoor events? So we're first going to kick off today with an opening keynote from Dr. Maddie Orr. After that, we are going to start with the nature of the problem, our first session. It's going to be 4 different presentations covering 4 different avenues within looking at the impacts of heat. After that, we're going to get a little bit more specific into some of the logistics of hosting outdoor events with 4 great presentations. Following that, we're going to have a quick 15-minute break, so get time to go refill your water bottle, get some snacks, and then we'll come back and have our last session of the day, focusing really on athletics and those recreating outdoors with, again, 4 great presentations. And then to end the day, we'll have a closing keynote from Dr. Bud Cooper, who will talk about Georgia athletic safety. Next slide, please. And then day 2, we're really going to focus on the safety and solution. So making sure the communities have the resources, the tools, the knowledge to know how to be protecting populations when recreating and being outdoors in the heat this summer. So we'll first start off with an hour and a half to talk about some heat safety strategies. So 4 really great presentations, again, going into many different avenues of looking at these safety strategies. After that, we are going to go into something a little bit different and we're going to do a mini tabletop exercise. So we are going to have a barbell set on our team who is going to be walking everyone through a scenario in 2 different locations. And we're going to have some interactive polling and really being understand of what information does everyone need to make decisions when it comes to heat and outdoor events. Finally, we'll take another break and then we'll get into our last session of the day of case studies. So, what are some examples of communities that have done this really well of taking heat into account when having to either reschedule, change, or adapt events? And then we'll have one closing keynote to end our conference, and it will be from Dr. Ollie J from Australia, who will be talking about aspects of the Australian Open and different international heat related tools. So we really hope that you're able to stick around for the full 2 days. But again, if not, we are recording this webinar as well as live streaming it to our YouTube page. And with that, I will turn it back over to Paul to introduce our opening keynote.
Thanks, Morgan. So we'll dive right in and kick things off with our first keynote speaker. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Maddie Orr. Dr. Orr is an assistant professor of sport ecology at the University of Toronto. She is best known for her work on climate adaptation in the sport sector and as founder of the Sport Ecology Group. She's been named a Future of Canada Fellow, a top 30 under 30 environmental educator, and a Forbes 30 under 30 awardee. In 2022, she was the lead author on UNEP's Sport for Nature report, and her 2024 book, Warming Up: How Climate Change is Changing Sports, was named a top 5 sports book of the year by The Guardian. I'll turn it over to Dr. Orr.
Thank you. I am so excited to be joining you all today. I'm grateful for the opportunity. So thank you to Paul and Morgan and all the people behind the scenes who are making this workshop possible. I'm usually based in Toronto, but I'm joining you today from Cleveland, Ohio, because the Green Sports Alliance is meeting here this week, and many actually, I think, are on this call, which is awesome. My work as a sport ecologist has taken me all over all over the world. I've been to every continent except Antarctica at this point to support sport organizations and physical activity practitioners to adapt to extreme heat conditions and challenging conditions, regardless of what those are, all around the world. What drew me to this work is the idea that parents put their kids in sport in order to deliver health benefits, social benefits. It's not about winning, it's about learning to lose with grace and win and be excited about it. It's about teamwork, but it's also about maintaining our physical and mental health and developing lifelong skills that we can take into adulthood and our elderly years to ensure healthy bodies and healthy communities by extension. But as the social sciences have shown us, when sport is delivered in conditions that are unsafe, whether that's poor coaching, abusive conditions, bad social interactions with teammates, it starts to stop delivering all of the positive benefits. It stops being good for our mental health. It stops being good for our physical health. And the same is true with environmental risks. When the environment is not conducive to healthy, active play, we stop seeing the benefits that we expect to see in sport and physical activity. We can go to the next slide. Around the world, this has looked very different, although heat prevails as the main challenge to sport and physical activity globally. In Europe in 2019, I witnessed the Women's FIFA World Cup played under extraordinary heat conditions, which were deadly across France and Italy for several people in the communities that were hosting. And on the field, athletes were suffering. Both athletes and referees were seen in the hospital in the ER due to exertional heat illness, and several fans were also seen in hospitals that week. A couple of years later in Tokyo, we saw the hottest Olympics on record, more athletes seeking medical care than in any previous Olympics. And even though they were ready for it and had prepared, they were surprised by how much the heat played a role in those Olympics, even though they expected the big player to be COVID. So they were playing a COVID Olympics. They were expecting COVID to be the main issue in the medical tents. And after all, it was heat. My work has taken me to the Horn of Africa in Ethiopia and Kenya, the home of some of the best marathoners in the world, including Sebastian Sawe, who just broke the 2-hour record in men's marathon. And in that part of the world, extreme heat and ongoing drought are layering to create conditions that are increasingly challenging to run in, not only from a heat standpoint, but the clay roads they're famous for are increasingly dry and hard, leading to increasing injury rates in lower extremities. So those hips, knees, and ankles are experiencing stress fractures at increasing rates, and the hospitals aren't quite sure what to do with it. And this is a part of the world where running is very much a part of life and the culture. In Oceania, repeated storms and coastal erosion are limiting playing opportunities, especially in sports like rugby and soccer, which are incredibly popular, but heat continues to be the main problem. Last year, a regional championship match in men's soccer kicked off in 105.8 Fahrenheit temperatures with 60% humidity. You can imagine how uncomfortable that must have been. And with the FIFA World Cup coming up this summer in North America, we're anticipating more of the same. A few years ago, I was part of a study which hindcasted hourly temperature and humidity going back 30 years in each of the 16 host cities and tabulated that against a 205 or 250 meter resolution around where the venues are. What we found is that 14 of the 16 venues for this summer's FIFA World Cup will likely experience extreme heat conditions, so higher than what FIFA considers safe to play in the middle of the day between 12 and 4 p.m. So while there will be plenty of games played that are totally fine, we should all anticipate to see some athletes struggling on the field of play. It's worth noting that there are consequences beyond health here. In professional sports in 2024, 18 professional sports fixtures in North America were canceled or postponed due to climate hazards. In 2025, that number rose to 99, largely attached to wildfires in LA and hurricanes in the east. But what I want to stress is that we anticipate that number will grow, and that's just at the professional level. As people on this call will know, there's more grass at the grassroots, and I'm worried about every kid who's not going to have an opportunity to play or who will have play disrupted due to challenges with extreme weather. Next slide. The World Economic Forum estimates that the global sport economy is worth $2.3 trillion with an estimated growth of 8.8 trillion by mid-century. But all estimates are telling us that harsher weather conditions, especially heat, will put that growth into a compromised position. What sports allows us to do is to see it. Sometimes climate change and extreme weather and challenges like heat can feel far away, particularly where I'm from in Canada, where it's something that happens for a few weeks a year. In parts of the US, it's ongoing, as we heard at the top from Morgan. We're already seeing heat waves. And elsewhere around the world, it's a year-round problem. But what sports does, it makes it personal. It helps us see it. We see it on the screen when they announce a cooling break. We see it on our kids' faces when they come off the field totally sweaty and more exhausted than maybe they should be. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. All of a sudden, it's going to be everywhere. If you follow baseball this summer, you might notice that there are more heat announcements than there have ever been. If you watch the FIFA World Cup, you should anticipate a game that looks more like 4 quarters than 2 halves because of the new cooling break policies. Next slide. And examples are everywhere. Sometimes we like to think that sport and athletes, because they're elite and fit and healthy, are safer because they've got healthy bodies. The truth is, they're no more safe than other people in the population when it comes to exertional heat illness, which is distinct from a passive heat illness, which would happen for people sitting in their homes without air conditioning, for example. With exertional heat illness, part of the problem, the main driver of the problem, is your body heating up because you're exerting yourself. And so we see it outdoors, but we also see it indoors. A few weeks ago, during the NCAA Final Four tournament, there was a women's game played in Iowa without air conditioning in conditions that rose into the 80s and into the 90s in the middle of the day. The conditions inside were pretty harsh, even though, in theory, they're inside. So here we have to remember when we talk about heat, we're not just talking about those who are out on a football field or on a track. We're talking about everybody who does not have adequate access to cooling technologies, which includes air conditioning, but can be as simple as fans and shading and proper support in terms of hydration. Next slide. It's also important to remember that extreme weather conditions should be considered a potentially mass disabling event. When I do my work in the kinesiology space, I'm often working with injury specialists. And with most injuries, we're talking about one injury at a time. One person gets concussed on the field, one person suffers a dislocation or a knee injury. Most of our medical plans, not all, and we're going to hear from some really excellent experts on this from big sporting events, including marathons, and Ollie, who works with tennis. But most injuries happen at a one at a time basis. Extreme weather can happen to everybody all at once. And the challenge is that we don't actually know how our bodies are going to respond to extreme conditions until we're in them. So, especially when it comes to community-based sporting events, marathons, where you have people who are not necessarily all experts at the sport, they're not necessarily acclimatized to the conditions of the place, particularly if you have an event that is heavy in tourism, so people coming into your community who aren't used to it. We have to anticipate that this could be a lot of people who suffer all at the same time and build our medical response accordingly. Next slide. Climate Central has presented convincing, compelling data that summer temperatures have warmed in just about every part of the country except that little blip in the Midwest that's pretty white still in terms of average temperatures. But I think what's important to stress when it comes to summer warming is that it's not necessarily the case that your summer weather conditions are going to be just a degree warmer. That 1 degree is not every day being 1 degree. That 1 degree comes from a few days being 10 or 15 degrees warmer, and that skews the average up by one over the course of the 4 or 5 months of summer. So it's important to keep in mind that when we see information about weather, it's not necessarily like a slight increase or 1 or 2 degrees, which doesn't feel like much. It's that extreme weather conditions, those heat hazards, the heat wave that lasts 3 or 4 or 7 days, that is skewing the average. And those are the days that we're most concerned about. I also think it's worth stressing, and I'm sure we're going to hear it more in the next couple of days, that the most dangerous part of the season is the beginning. It's right now. It's May, June, and July because people are not quite ready for it yet. Our bodies are not acclimatized. If you're a casual runner, you haven't had the opportunity to train in conditions that are potentially dangerous yet. So when you do, you may have lost any acclimatization from last summer, and we need to just be especially ready for that with kids. Next slide. The good news is that basically all experts agree that heat illness can be avoided. We are all going to see hot days, and we've seen them for generations. This is not new, it's just worse. But heat illness can absolutely be avoided, and the solutions are quite simple in most cases. This is one of those situations, like many, where an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And I cannot emphasize enough the importance of opportunities to take breaks, to be in the shade, to access water. And we're going to hear over the next few days the specific details of how much water and how much shade and how many breaks. But I also want to remind people that hydration status and sleep and how we take care of our bodies starts off the pitch. So it happens at night before you go to bed with how much water you're drinking before you go to bed and what you drink first thing in the morning before you get anywhere near a field of play. If you get to the field of play and you're already dehydrated, you're starting at a disadvantage. So prehydrating is really important, and taking care of our bodies at all times, including when we're not in the heat, is really important. This is something that parents have been telling kids forever when it comes to eating your vegetables at dinner and going to bed on time, but we can do it for ourselves as adults too, making sure that we prioritize hydration and sleep and recovery as much as we prioritize performance and opportunities on the field. Next slide. I also want to stress that sometimes in sports, the barriers are the social ones. Not everybody knows the challenges associated with heat. Sometimes it's worth having the conversation about the fact that our bodies might respond differently, that maybe your body was fine last summer in certain conditions and is going to have a hard time this summer. That's okay. It's also important to remember, especially in the context of team sports and especially with boys, that one person might experience something that looks very different to another kid. And we have a culture in sports, unfortunately, where sometimes admitting pain or discomfort is viewed as weak. And I think it's important for everybody on this call and in our communities to support our athletes by reminding athletes and reminding coaches and administrators that acknowledging discomfort is actually healthy. We can stop most heat illness in its tracks in the early stages, right? You experience a little bit of cramping, a little bit of excessive sweating. You feel a bit dehydrated, take a break. And that can't be viewed as weakness. That has to be viewed as a strength. It has to be viewed as smart. So the knowledge, the agency, and the tools. In some cases, the tools are there, and this is great. The Corey Stringer Institute has been tracking the availability of policy, for example, of trainers on the pitch who know how to respond to heat, of the appropriate medical technologies and tools to, for example, take a rectal thermal body temperature, which of course is a bit uncomfortable, but it is the best way we know how to take care of people in these conditions. But also the tools in terms of hydration on the field, in terms of opportunities to access shade and a break, and a referee who knows how to call that break. but we need the knowledge, the agency, and the tools. It doesn't just happen if we have one quick conversation. People need to be ready to act and they need to be ready to support each other when our bodies don't cooperate with the weather. Next slide. I like to remind everybody also that some of that knowledge can happen coming from athletes. Athletes are wonderful advocates on taking care of their bodies. They've been advocating it for a long time. For many of them, it comes quite naturally because that's what they do professionally. So even if the athletes that are talking about taking care of their bodies and being heat smart are not the professionals, little kids look up to big kids, and then the big kids look up to the pros. So the more we are able to have athletes talk about it, to acknowledge the conditions, the better and more easily the community will respond. The good news here too, and there was a lot of perceptions for many, many years that athletes should shut up and dribble when it comes to any kind of issue. The good news is the tides are turning. In the US, a 2021 Washington Post poll showed that 70% of Americans support athlete activism. And new research published in Environment last year showed athletes are credible voices on environmental issues. And it didn't matter what the audience's political views were, and it didn't matter what the athlete's sport was or how well known they were, which means a high school athlete is credible when they say, it's hot and I'm uncomfortable and we need to do something about it. So I think this is really important to keep in mind. Athletes are wonderful voices on this. They are viewed as credible voices on this. And the more we can support our athletes to vocalize what they're experiencing and talk about it, the more we normalize heat responses that are healthy for individuals and communities. Next slide. And as I wrap it up, I want to highlight that most of the solutions exist and the science is there. We know how to take care of people in hot conditions, but it's not just about the field of play. It's about everything that happens around it. So I encourage you to listen not just for how we take care of athletes, but how we take care of the parent volunteers, the coaches, the officials, the media personnel carrying 200-pound camera equipment around a field. Everybody involved in the delivery and opportunities of sport need to be protected, not just during the big flashy events like the FIFA World Cup, but at your kids' local soccer tournament. And I am excited to see what you all come up with over the next couple of days and all of the work that goes into keeping everybody safe, healthy, and happy this summer. Thanks so much.
Maddie, thank you so much for those fantastic remarks. And I especially really loved your point about heat illnesses and deaths are preventable. This should not be happening. And so many of the themes and recommendations that you mentioned are resonate across so many of these outdoor events. And we're going to do, as you mentioned, do a deeper dive on a lot of these topics over the next 2 days. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
All right, so we are going to kick off our first official session of the workshop, our first session being the nature of the problem. So I am going to invite our moderator for the session, Maggie Allen, to kick us off.
Thanks, Morgan. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Oh, I think I'm unmuted now. Yes. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us today. This session, The Nature of the Problem, will feature 4 talks that will set the stage for the ways that heat impacts a variety of different factors during outdoor events. So many of the themes and topics discussed in this session will be further explored in additional sessions in this workshop. So first up is Cheyenne Falat, who is emergency medicine faculty at the University of Maryland School of Medicine. She is the Assistant Medical Director of the Adult Emergency Department at the University of Maryland Medical Center and Medical Director of the University of Maryland Access Center Physicians. She publishes and lectures nationally on environmental medicine, procedural education, and patient safety and flow. So Dr. Falat, please go ahead and kick us off.
Thank you for having me. Let me get set up here and just make sure that you can see my slides. If I can just get an okay, we'll go ahead and get started.
Perfect.
Wonderful. So thank you for having me. As Maggie introduced, my name is Cheyenne Fallett. I am an emergency medicine physician, which means, yes, my job is like the pit, but a lot of what I do actually takes me outside of the walls of the emergency department. And what I like to specialize in and lecture on, as you mentioned, are environmental conditions. So things like heat strokes, drownings, severe hypothermia, and cold illness. And something that all of these have in common is, to Dr. Orr's point, how preventable these conditions are. They are very high mortality conditions, but highly preventable. And the way that we prevent them as a society is knowing about them and increasing public awareness. So that is what I hope to do today here through three things. One is describing the basic heat physiology. So you essentially know what's going on in the body during periods of heat, detail the vulnerable populations in which people are susceptible, or particularly susceptible to heat illness, and then define what that spectrum of heat illness is. And hopefully this will be in an engaging enough fashion that it will spark your passion in the subject, much like mine is as well. So in order to talk about heat, we have to know how our bodies deal with heat. And our bodies absorb and dissipate heat through four major mechanisms. Those mechanisms are conduction, which is the transfer of heat from a warmer object like your body to a colder object like a cold rock that you might be sitting on. And that accounts for about 5% of the total body's heat loss. Convection, or convective cooling, is the transfer of heat to a moving liquid or gas around you, such as to the wind, which accounts for 15% of your body's heat loss under usual conditions. Of course, when it's a windier day outside or a breezier day, this can account for a little bit more. Evaporation is the loss of heat from a change in state from a liquid to a gas, which normally accounts for about 20% of our body's heat loss. But during periods of exertion or during periods of particularly high environmental temperatures, this becomes our primary mechanism of heat loss, and we'll talk about why and how. And lastly, radiation is heat transfer in the form of electromagnetic waves from exposed parts of our body, like exposed head, exposed skin, and that at normal conditions accounts for about 60% of our body's heat loss. So how does all of this get coordinated in our human body? Well, we have a lot of nerve endings all over our body, a lot of which are temperature sensing nerve endings. And all of that feeds input into the brain. And then the brain is then responsible for coordinating the body's response to overwhelming environmental heat. And if we take a look on the inside of our brain, we're going to think about kind of splitting the brain and looking on the very inside. There is a very particular portion of our brain called the hypothalamus. And you can think of this as the body's thermostat. This is the part of our brain that's responsible for keeping our human body temperature set at about 37 degrees Celsius, plus or minus like half a degree. And this keeps us operational. But as environmental temperatures rise, the hypothalamus essentially has to kick in that thermostat and say, hey, we need the air conditioning on. We're getting a little too hot. And it does so by triggering two major mechanisms. The first is something called cutaneous vasodilation. So what this means is all the blood vessels at the periphery of our body, so at our skin, get bigger. And this allows for more cooling with radiation and convection because it puts more of our blood volume at the body's surface to be cooled. So it increases the blood flow to the skin to about 8 liters per minute, which is more than threefold what it usually is. And that leads to about a 30% decrease in blood flow to the gut and to our kidneys. So if our kidneys are already struggling because we are already a little dehydrated, and then we increase our peripheral blood flow and shunt more blood away from the kidneys, then that can worsen kidney injury sustained by dehydration. And lastly, all of this does place quite a bit of strain on our heart, making our heart pump faster and harder to keep up with this increased blood flow, which can be especially detrimental to people such as those with heart disease. Now, the second thing the hypothalamus does is it also increases our body's sweating capability. So it triggers our body to sweat more. And again, like I talked about, this becomes the primary mechanism of heat loss when the environmental temperature is really significantly more so than our core temperature. And we can sweat up to 2 liters of sweat an hour, which can can again lead to further dehydration. But it's not just fluid that we lose in our sweat, it's electrolytes like salt as well. So it's really important when we're talking about staying well hydrated to stay well hydrated not just with water, but with those balanced electrolyte solutions like Gatorade, Pedialyte, and other sports drinks that have some of those electrolytes too if we are sweating a lot. But no matter how good our hypothalamus or our body are at keeping up with things, as temperature and humidity rise, these methods of body cooling become significantly less effective. These are the temperature and environmental humidity points at which these processes become very ineffectual. So specifically, your body's ability to cool by radiation becomes very significantly impaired above 35 degrees Celsius or about 95 degrees Fahrenheit. Our body's ability to cool by convection becomes impaired above 35 degrees or 35% humidity. And our body's ability to cool by evaporation becomes impaired at about 70% humidity. So really, as both the temperature and the humidity climb, we start losing all of our ability to keep ourselves cool. And then as our body temperature rises, our body temperature of about 41 to 42 degrees Celsius is when that cellular damage really sets in. And we have cell death. And very particularly susceptible parts of our body to cell death are our brain and our liver from the effects of heat. Now, who are susceptible to heat illness? As Paul mentioned, heat waves are becoming significantly more prevalent in the U.S. And according to the U.S. National Weather Service, heat waves kill more people on average than any other extreme weather event. So we have kind of two groups of people who we think about as being susceptible to heat illness: classic heat stroke and then exertional heat stroke, or classic heat illness and exertional heat illness. And classic heat illness occurs in patients who have essentially poor physiologic reserves to deal with heat. Their body's ability to recognize heat, to kind of promote those processes to lose heat or to stay appropriately hydrated fail. So this includes both extremes of age. Both elderly populations and young children have underdeveloped or poorly developed thermoregulatory systems. Patients with comorbidities, or meaning like other medical conditions, such as diabetes or heart disease, where their ability to do those things that the hypothalamus is telling them to do become impaired. Those on certain medications or drugs that either dehydrate us, like diuretics, disorient us, like anticholinergics. And that is something simple like Benadryl. If you're taking Benadryl because you're itchy, that can lead to significant disorientation and dysregulation of these body processes and can lead to significant heat illness. And then, of course, things like alcohol, cocaine use, all of those things that would impair judgment and your ability to recognize that you're getting too hot. And lastly, patients or people with psychiatric conditions or socioeconomic barriers to sheltering or to seeking out hydration or appropriately dealing with the effects of heat. On the other side of things, we have exertional heat illness, like Dr. Orr referenced. And these are not just people participating in athletics, but even with occupations that lend themselves to heat exposure and exertion. And the environmental conditions, so the humidity and the total heat, the use of gear, poor physical conditioning, and the lack of acclimatization all contribute to the development of exertional heat illness. So not just in athletics, but think of occupations like firemen or electrical workers who have to be working outside in the Baltimore summers. Oh my gosh, when it's 95 degrees Fahrenheit and 95% humidity here, and I see these workers in long sleeves, hard hats, long pants, that is severely limiting our body's ability to cool itself and kind of giving way to susceptibility to heat illness. But regardless of whether it's classic heat illness or exertional heat illness, both follow the same progression along the spectrum of heat illnesses. And what is this spectrum? Well, we think of heat illnesses in mild, moderate, and severe buckets, and it's really imperative that we recognize it at the earliest stage and progression along the spectrum to prevent it from progressing to the next step. And when I say kind of prevent it from progressing, it means stopping what you're doing, stopping that activity, seeking shelter, cooling, and aggressively hydrating. And depending on how aggressively you pursue those things, you can actually prevent progression along the spectrum. So mild heat illness can present multiple different ways. We have what's called heat rash, or the medical term being miliaria rubra. Sometimes we call it prickly heat. It's essentially an itchy, raised red rash found mostly under clothed areas of the body, but can develop anywhere. You have heat edema, which is essentially swelling that is found mostly in the legs and lower parts of the body, in which your body swells in response to heat. You can have heat cramps, which are involuntary spasms of skeletal muscles that usually sets in after a period of exercise. We see this commonly in marathon runners, especially when it's a little bit warm outside. And that's generally because of a depletion of salt in addition to being dehydrated. And then lastly, heat syncope, which is a brief episode of loss of consciousness that happens because of that increased peripheral blood flow to the skin, resulting in a temporary decreased blood flow to the brain. As this spectrum progresses, this turns into moderate heat illness, which is what we call heat exhaustion. And at that point, is when your body is essentially getting depleted of both water and salt. And we experience what are called pre-syncopal symptoms, or symptoms that really precede passing out, essentially. So you'll start to feel sweaty, nauseous, have a rapid heart rate, a feeling of kind of generalized weakness, and that kind of sense of doom like you're going to pass out. In order, though, to make this diagnosis, as opposed to a severe heat illness, your body's core temperature has to be less than 40 degrees Celsius or 104 Fahrenheit, and there must be no neurological impairment. Because if either one of these two are the case, then you have progressed to what is called heat stroke. And the diagnosis of heat stroke is made by a core temperature greater than 40 degrees Celsius and some evidence of neurologic dysfunction. And we'll talk in a moment about what that is. So let's talk for a moment about this core temperature. Even though this is technically part of the definition, it's not crucial in order to make that diagnosis because, to Dr. Orr's point, the rectal temperature is the way to really clench a core temperature, meaning that really approximation of what is going on inside your body. But we don't have that a lot of times available to us, or people don't know how to obtain it. And so if people have neurologic dysfunction and a story that matches heat stroke, we actually make the diagnosis that way. And so what do we mean by neurologic dysfunction? Because there is a particular area of the brain called the cerebellum that's very susceptible to heat illness. A lot of the symptoms that we see are due to that cerebellar function, which is really our balance and coordination. So some of the earlier symptoms will be confusion, dizziness, unsteadiness, poor coordination, and that can, of course, progress to seizure and coma and damage to every part of our body. It's not just the brain. And these are a lot of medical terminology. I know you're not familiar with all of that. So in layman's terms, it can affect every organ in the body, from leading to brain swelling, liver failure, death to our bowels and our gut. It can lead to lung failure, heart failure, kidney failure, muscle breakdown, bleeding disorders. Heat can truly affect everything. And even with treatment, unless it's immediately recognized and immediately treated, mortality can exceed 30 to 50%. And we're not exactly moving in the right direction. This is a study that was published in JAMA from a couple years ago showing that actually U.S. heat-related deaths are on the rise. And they've nearly tripled since I even started lecturing on this about 5 years ago. And these statistics include over 60 reported deaths among athletes participating in U.S. youth, high school, or NCAA sports. So, and that number skyrockets even more when you add in spectators. And some of this could be due to improved reporting of these conditions by physicians. But as Paul mentioned, heat waves are getting more frequent, more intense, and lasting longer. But we can, and I argue we must start to lower these statistics. And again, how do we do that? To Dr. Orr's point, it all starts with knowing about the conditions and knowing what to do. So I really want you guys to know and be able to recognize these symptoms of heat stroke and then really aggressively hydrate and aggressively cool, get out of the heat, and know how to recognize these in other people as well, because this can truly save a life when every minute counts. So in summary, I want you to remember our cooling systems do fail with rising temperatures and humidity, no matter how good your hypothalamus may be. Everyone is susceptible, but some people more than others. Know how to recognize that spectrum of heat illness, and remember that once neurologic abnormalities start to set in, this is what we call heat stroke, and this requires immediate treatment and medical attention because this is a very high mortality condition. So thank you guys for following along, and I'll turn it over to the next speaker.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really great talk. We do have time for one quick question that was in the chat.
Awesome.
She wants to know, how can you measure core temp?
So a core temperature is best approximated actually using what's called a temperature probe. So you can get a rectal temperature, that is your best approximation of a core temperature. But in order for it to be a true rectal temperature, it needs to be inserted approximately 10 centimeters into the rectum. So most conventional thermometers won't get us there. The rectal temperature that you can get on any kind of temperature thermometer is better than one that's done in the armpit or in the mouth. But for it to be a true approximation of your core temperature, that's generally done by either medical specialists on scene or EMS or in the hospital, where we have specialized probes that can advance further than just your handheld thermometer.
Great, thank you so much. Yeah, so moving on, we have our next presentation is from Daniel Burke. He is the warning coordination meteorologist at the National Weather Service in Las Vegas, Nevada, and he's been in that role since 2012. As a warning coordination meteorologist, Dan serves as the primary liaison between the NWS and core partners across many organizations in a 70,000 square mile area of southern Nevada, northwestern Arizona, and southeastern California. So Dan, take it away.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm Dan Burke from the National Weather Service, and as I'm gonna echo some of the previous speakers' comments. Yeah, heat's bad. It's getting worse, and in fact, in Las Vegas here in 2024, we had over 500 heat deaths just in this area, just in our county, because it was the worst summer ever in terms of heat. We actually hit 120 degrees for the first time. And this heat wave earlier this year in March was, unheard of. We hit record high temperatures for 12 straight days. And so we're wondering what the summer's got in store for us. Okay, next slide, please. All right, first I'll talk a little bit about what the National Weather Service does to work with our partners, particularly in the realm of large event support. We work in the planning and preparedness realm. We work closely with emergency management partners and event organizers through them to assist in planning for these hazardous weathers. We provide email support for a week ahead of time. We do an email every day as the forecast changes. And on the top on the picture here on the right is an example of one of these for an event. And we will put these out and to keep everyone aware of what the risks are associated with the weather and in particular heat. And we will also deploy meteorologists on site to larger events in support of emergency services, law enforcement, and fire. And we'll be in the room with the decision makers and be able to help them on the fly. Next slide, please. Here's a picture of one year. This is 2017. We just happened to have our first thunderstorms hit our monsoon hit on the 4th of July, right during the fireworks. It was I just like this picture. So please next one. Here's an example of some large events that we support. I mean, Las Vegas has become not just the entertainment capital of the United States, but the sports capital. We do Formula One race every year. We had the Super Bowl a couple of years ago, and we'll have the Super Bowl again coming up in a couple of years. These are some really large events. But on top of that, we just have regular events here all the time. Any given weekend here during the spring, the fall, we'll have events that bring hundreds of thousands of people. The Electric Daisy Carnival, as you see in the middle of this slide, is one where we get 400,000 people or 400,000 attendees over 3 days, and it's overnight. And I'll talk a little bit about more of that because we're going to have, I'm going to show you through events that we have supported over the years how heat has been impactful and how decisions have been made to affect future iterations of that event. Next slide, please. So the first one here was June of 2013. This is the Vans Warped Tour. This is when we were at our infancy in terms of direct partner support. And we weren't aware of this event. We only were aware of this because it happened to be right across the street from our office. I was working this day, and it was held at the casino that's just across the street from us. There were about 35,000 people there, and it was a really hot day. It was 115 degrees, and at the time, our all-time record was 117 degrees. So it was extremely hot, and for this time of year or any time of year. And this area tends to be a couple degrees hotter than the official temperature at the official temperature is taken at the airport, but we're always a couple degrees hotter because we're slightly lower in elevation. So it was 117 degrees that day at our office, which is again right across the street from where the event was being held. There were 200 people that were treated on site due to heat, mostly heat injuries, and 34 were transported to the hospital. And these are all young people. These are young, healthy people in general. The number of patients nearly overwhelmed the on-site medical attendants. They were able to make it through, and even some of the bands were stopping their sets to talk about safety, heat safety. They were just saying, "Hey, drink water, give some space to people." This was held in an asphalt parking lot, which is worst case scenario during a heat event because while it's 115 degrees, the air temperature, the asphalt's 135, 140 degrees, and that causes its own problems. The radiational heat just coming off of that is enough to raise your body temperature and cause all sorts of severe problems. If this had been a crowd that wasn't a bunch of young, healthy people, I can't imagine how much higher the transports would have been and the risk for fatalities. So as a result of this, and there was another event they had around the same time in Nashville, Tennessee, that had similar heat problems. The event organizers are decided to change their mitigation efforts. They provide better cooling opportunities there, more cooling stations, more water is available. And they also now have what they call hydration education ahead of time and additional cooling stations and other mitigation efforts that they have instituted since then. And so far, we haven't had that. Well, that event hasn't returned to Las Vegas, at least during June, but in other areas, they haven't seen the same problems. Next, please. So this was another event in the Electric Daisy Carnival. It's basically a 3-day party. All the actual entertainment occurs overnight. So this is a nocturnal event. Festivities usually start at 9 or 10 p.m. and go through the night until 4 or 5 a.m. But it's also electronic music. It's also an event where they have there's a lot of drugs being taken at this event, a lot of drugs and alcohol, a lot of people who aren't in their mind or in the proper mind to make good decisions. We had not been supporting, again, this was early on in our support for weather events. In 2012, we had a big wind event that closed the carnival for a period of time because the stages were being impacted by the amount of wind. So subsequent years, we were involved. So we were involved with this. And this was a real success story because when that forecast went out and we were giving those forecasts directly to the emergency managers, they called up Insomniac, the company that puts on EDC, and says, "You guys, we need you to have better water, more water, and better cooling stations in place." They demanded it, and the Electric Daisy Carnival stepped right up to the plate, and they added more heat mitigation, and we ended up having quite a big heat event in this 2017 event. We had highs during the day up to 115 again, and our low temperatures weren't below 90 on a couple of these nights, and weren't below 85 in the other nights. So we hear people talking about how bad it can be during the day when it's 85 to 90 degrees, and we require that hydration. This is happening in the middle of the night. It doesn't get below 85 to 90 degrees here in Vegas a lot during the summer. So and during this event, we had over 1,000 people over the 3 days that were treated on site, and 100 hospital transports, and one fatality, which was again, exacerbated by drug use, but heat was a factor as well. And this coordination proved very successful. This could have been a lot worse because on a normal one, we'll get 1,000 people treated. Not as many hospital transports. The heat provided that. Next event, please. Next slide. Oh yes, one other thing and because of that heat event, immediately the following year they started doing it a month earlier in May so they can avoid some of those heat problems. And so far, that's worked. This is another event where we were embedded with the Las Vegas Metro Police Department, and because they had an incident command post for this, and we were talking to them, and this was a cloudy day early on, and we told them, we're during the event, we're telling them, guys, as soon as these clouds break, you are going to have 80,000 people on an asphalt parking lot, and it's going to go shoot up to near 100 degrees. And that's going to cause some problems. So Metro Police said to the event organizers, okay, guys, do you have enough water and watering facilities and cooling misters and such to accommodate all the people that you're going to need the cooling? And they assured them, oh, sure, yeah, absolutely. Well, they didn't. And the clouds broke, and we got to 99 degrees, and people were having all sorts of dehydration and heat exhaustion because of the long lines at those water refill stations. We did ultimately have one fatality, unfortunately, during that event. Subsequently, we were invited to a meeting that Metro Police had with the event organizers, and we helped them develop a heat plan for future events. This event organizer does multiple festivals like this throughout the year. So, but now that plan and following that plan is now a condition for them to obtain a permit. So, unfortunately, sometimes, as we've seen in a lot of these big events, in order to make significant change, we need to have that bad event. Fortunately, in some of these cases, it could have been worse, and it wasn't. But it just shows that we can have that coordination between the National Weather Service and these emergency management and law enforcement partners to help them make these decisions to make the visitors safe. Next slide. I think that might be it. Yep, that's my last slide. I'll be more than happy to take any questions for the next few minutes.
Yeah, sounds good. We have about 2 minutes left, and right now we have 2 questions, I think. The first question is there a specific hazard related to events with large number of attendees, or is it simply the fact that because there is a large number of individuals in a certain area, there is an exception that risk has increased? In other words, does the large number of attendees exacerbate the condition?
It can, in particular, when you're starting to reach capacity for a venue, you're having people who are in really close proximity to one another, and they're in lines and such. And when you see that, exacerbate things, especially at night. If we have nighttime events, while the air temperature might not be quite as hot, you've got with all these people in this asphalt parking lots where they like to do these things, it doesn't cool down as quickly as it would if you were alone and had some space between you.
Thank you. And just someone wanted to have, if you have a link for the permit needed so they could look at it as a model.
I don't right off the top of my head, but if you reach out to me at this email address, I can see if I can find that information for you.
And then we have a few questions coming in. We might have just time for maybe one more. Just really quickly, are any of these event organizers exploring alternative locations outside of Las Vegas that aren't as hot, if you know that?
So the particular venue where that Lovers and Friends event was, it's still being used, but it's being used less often than it was. Our event organizers try to schedule them outside our worst times of the year. In fact, most of them, you don't see these outdoor events during July and August, just for that reason. But most of these events that I talked about, the one was normally scheduled in June, and they've now moved it to May. So they go where the event is possible to go, I should say. I mean, wherever you have the space, they'll try to do it. But if they know that it's, the likelihood of it being moved, usually they move it in terms of time less rather than location. They'll change the time of the year that they do it.
Thank you so much, Dan. The other questions will either be answered by someone on our team or you can reach out to him as well. So we'll hopefully still answer your questions. So moving on to our next speaker is Carl Kim. Carl Kim is an urban planner and the executive director of the National Disaster Preparedness Training Center at the University of Hawaii. This congressionally authorized FEMA-funded center has trained more than 70,000 first responders, emergency managers, and community leaders across the country. Carl Kim is also the editor of the Transportation Research Interdisciplinary Perspectives, which is an open access peer-reviewed journal that focuses on the social science aspects of transportation. So thank you, and take it away, Dr. Kim.
Well, good morning or good afternoon or aloha to everyone. I'm actually coming to you from Worcester, Massachusetts, where I'm at the Massachusetts Department of Transportation Innovation Conference, and I'm doing a workshop on scenario planning. So next slide, please. What I want to talk about today, and I think it really follows from the really excellent presentations earlier, are really three interrelated themes or ideas. I mean, the first has to do with the impact of heat and thermal hazards on our critical infrastructure systems. It's our rail, buses, trolley buses, but it's also pedestrian bike systems, power systems, and then what sorts of supporting infrastructure we have for this. And I think it's really important to focus on the behavior of the travelers and then the operators, but also those who run the facilities. And I want to put this in a context of risk and risk management and mitigation and how we adapt to these different types of connected and I think in times cascading hazards and threats. And I think the response and recovery needs to be coordinated and collaborative. Next slide. Yeah, by way of background, I've spent most of my career as a transportation planner and researcher working on, different challenges like tsunami evacuation. We have a Federal Railway Administration Consolidated Rail Infrastructure Safety Improvements Grant on wildfire risk to the rail lines. And I'm going to talk a bit about that. We're also part of the Region 9 University Transportation Center, which includes partners in California and Nevada and Arizona and Hawaii and the Pacific. But as mentioned before, the big project that I have involves training first responders and emergency managers and community leaders on different types of hazards, mainly natural hazards. Next slide. Yeah, as we heard earlier today, we're continuing to set new records for heat and more areas that are being impacted. Uh, these heat is starting earlier and lasting longer and leading to more injuries and fatalities. And so I think we really need to have more work, more attention to heat. And one of the challenges that we do have is that with all of these different dimensions, we do have data gaps. And while we have information on some things, we're missing information on a lot. And so part of what we want to do is improve the sources of data that we can use in our analysis. Next slide. As I mentioned, I really focus on transportation systems and, with rail, bus, auto, bike, pedestrian travel. And one of the major concerns, a growing concern too, is actually the thermal expansion of steel rail systems and this is referred to as sun kinks. And these rail lines can then buckle, leading potentially to derailment. There are other thermal impacts to the overhead power lines and the catenary systems. The power lines can also expand and then sag and break, which could create further disruptions and problems with operating not just rail vehicles, but also trolley buses and others that use these systems. Of course, with heat, there's also increased demand for air conditioning, and then more problems with regard to maintaining the efficiencies. The response has been in terms of reduced services, which then also creates a problem because that can lead to reduced revenues at a time when there are greater costs, either caused by the disruptions or by the need for supplemental services. And and there are these cascading effects because it may be with rail, but then may affect other systems that are connected. Next slide. I think it's really important to think about the travelers. We're all travelers because we all go from one place to another. And I think Maddie gave a really excellent overview of the types of health-related concerns. And I want to point out that it involves not just vulnerable groups like seniors and children and persons with disabilities, but many others. And with some of these events, we have to worry about impaired spectators and others who may be taking medication as well too. So, um, but the problems are really worse for those who are transit dependent, because really these groups are the most vulnerable and at the highest risks and of fatality, injury, and then complications with chronic conditions. And all of this can come at a time where our medical services, emergency services, are already stressed and strained. And so I think we need to think about providing alternative transportation services, and then also some of the mitigations that can be implemented, particularly for non-essential travel, with things, certain trips you have to make. But where you can, we look at delaying trips later in the day when it's cooler, or possibly even canceling the trips. Next slide. I teach a lot about risk and risk management, and risk is really the likelihood or odds or probability of an event occurring times the consequence. And the consequence can be positive or negative. Obviously, the worst consequences could be fatality or injury, but there are others in terms of disruption and costs and there are many definitions of mitigation too. And the one that I think is useful in this context is harm reduction. What can we do to reduce the harm resulting from extreme heat? And some of the easy ones that come up is, if you can, cancel the trip or defer your travel times. Where possible, get access to shade or cooling or water. And then ensure that we have adequate medical emergency services. There are other things that we can do over the longer term in terms of, new materials or new designs, actually better forecasting and improved sensors and continued development of standard operating procedures for managing heat and risk. Next slide. Yeah, so one of the things that we're working on is actually the FIFA World Cup games, which are coming up very, very shortly. And what's challenging about this is that it's not just during the summer; it's in many different locations and involves large numbers of not just spectators and then participating teams, but also support personnel that really stretches that are going to be exposed to these events. Next slide, please. So our work, we're working specifically on extreme weather preparedness for World Cup cities with a number of partners across the country. And our work involves downscaling climate models. Right now, we're focusing on the 11 US World Cup cities where we know the specific days and times of the matches and initially who the matches will be between. And our target audience is to work with emergency managers and then transportation agencies and then facility operators. And our work involves integrating AI tools for scenario planning and transportation planning and various different platforms for sharing information and building capacity. Next slide. A lot of the work that we do is really on facility specific planning, focused on the hazards and risk, and we're concentrating on five weather related hazards: extreme heat, lightning, tornado, cloud bursts. I know that's a term that's not used by everyone, but that's extreme rainfall events, and then wildfire and air quality concerns. Most of these stadiums are not going to be catch fire, but they could certainly be impacted by wildfire. And what's challenging about this is that there are differences between the stadium designs. Some are open, some are closed or partially closed. And then the real differences in terms of the transportation networks. Some cities have heavy rail systems or light rail systems and buses, auto, and then other. So part of what we have to do is to focus on the unique characteristics and then look at what are some possible, probable, and then actually preferred scenarios for both the hazard occurring, but also the response. Next slide. Yeah, there are some further wrinkles to all this. As you all know, this is also during hurricane season. We've been doing a lot of work on El Nino, La Nina, and it seems like that there's a pretty strong El Nino signal that's coming in, which further complicates things. And many of these facilities are located in places prone to earthquake and other geophysical hazards. We've got another wrinkle or challenge is the availability of data, and some of this is related to the political climate that we're in right now, but there are significant changes in the availability of data and also assets at the federal, state, and local level. So that contributes to the uncertainties, not just about the hazards and the threats, but also the available resources and how we can kind of work together on this. Next slide. So I have three closing recommendations. And the first really is we have to focus on vulnerable, at-risk people. What's their exposure? What's the sensitivity to the hazard? And then what sorts of adaptive capabilities or capacity do they have? And I think a lot of insight can come from, and we've done work with paratransit operators. They know the people that they are transporting and what the risks and hazards are and what happens during a stressful event. And so working with paratransit and emergency medical services. And I think we have to work much more collaboratively to share information, assets, and then where we can train. I'm a big believer in after action reviews of plans and preparedness where we can tabulate many of the benefits and the return on investment and the lessons learned by our mitigation efforts. Next slide. Yeah, so let's work together. You can help us actually. You can review our training. We've had to put this stuff together really quickly, right? So you can help review our training courses. We have a 1 hour online class and then a 3 hour deeper dive in-person class that we're doing. And you can help us and identify additional stakeholders from emergency management, from transportation agencies and facilities. As I mentioned before, this is not just about the World Cup. It's preparation for the 250th anniversary celebrations this year and the Olympics and many, many other big events. What we want to do is integrate science and policy and practice. The journal I started, I did an opening article about swim lanes, inside stovepipes, and inside baseball, how we tend to be very, very specialized, even in the transportation field. And I think what we need to do is in order to become really a weather-ready society, we need to look at all hazards and have a whole community approach and work across various disciplinary boundaries. So if there are ways in which that we can collaborate, let's go to the last slide. Or if you have any questions about the work we're doing, here's my contact information. And so thank you all very much for this opportunity to share some of the work we are doing on this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Carl. We are a little bit over time, so if you can see the questions in the chat, feel free to answer them. I know a couple of people also wanted the link for the training course material, so we'll also make sure to share that, or you can share that with the attendees as well. That'd be great. Thank you so much again. Great. And yeah, our last speaker is Dr. Maggie Morrissey Basler. She is assistant professor of health sciences at Providence College and the senior advisor of occupational heat safety at the Corey Stringer Institute. She has over 41 peer-reviewed publications on heat stress and worker health and has consulted with numerous organizations to improve their heat stress management plans. She has dedicated her career to providing evidence-based guidelines to protect workers from heat stress through research and education initiatives. So thank you so much for speaking today, Maggie, and go ahead and close us out. Thank you. I can't hear you. It says you're unmuted, but I don't think it's just me, right? Try again. I can't hear you anyway. Unless someone else can.
Nope, cannot hear Maggie.
All right. It might be a settings, so we'll give it a second. No, did not hear you there either.
Okay, I think I got it.
There you go.
About that, everyone. So thank you so much for the invitation, and I'm thrilled to talk about protecting workers and volunteers from extreme heat. Next slide. So I won't talk too much about myself, but for background, I'm an occupational and thermal physiologist, and so I study how heat impacts worker physiology and how we can create evidence-based strategies that are low cost and sustainable to reduce the health and safety risks that we see. Next slide. And so, worker and volunteers are a very unique population for multiple different reasons. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that they're exposed to multiple forms of heat, and a lot of them have underlying conditions that increase their risk of heat injuries and illnesses. So they have a combination of exposure from heat from the environment. They also have the intensity or physical demands of working in the heat, as well as wearing potentially personal protective equipment. And so all of those things in combination with individual factors and the lack of being able to take rest breaks, limited accessibility to prevention strategies or hydration can cause these heat effects. So, example would be increased fatigue, cardiovascular strain that can increase cardiovascular events in populations that have underlying cardiovascular disease. We also have acute kidney injury, which has been a huge focus in this area. It's a combination of dehydration and someone getting really hot. And it can actually cause what we call chronic kidney disease if it's not mitigated. And so, what's again really unique about this population is they're working for prolonged hours, consecutive days, very little break. So, it's definitely considered a vulnerable population. Next slide, please. And so, what I want to do with you today is talk about some solutions that you can bring to protect workers and volunteers. And a lot of these solutions are stemming from this document from GeoHealth that was published in 2021. And it lays a foundation of recommendations that can be used to protect health and safety and productivity of workers and can be applied to volunteer populations as well. And I unfortunately can't talk about all of them today, but what I'm going to focus on is education, hydration, heat acclimatization, and environmental monitoring. Next slide, please. And so for education, I think this area would be the lowest hanging fruit to be able to implement this. But it's really important to think about what the content of education would be, as well as how we're delivering it, specifically when we're talking about occupation or occupational workers and volunteers. And so when working with other companies or companies in general, I typically see like one slide PowerPoint that's presented, but really that's not a great way to engage this audience with the material. And so when trying to determine what to include for education, highly recommend focusing on risk factors of heat-related illnesses and injuries. I'll talk about what those are in a little bit. The effects of heat on health, safety, productivity, heat illness prevention strategies, and then the first aid emergency response procedures. And so again, how we deliver this information is critical. I found that micro-learning videos, so videos that are 2 minutes or less, is a great way to enhance retention of the information, as well as using toolbox talks or safety briefings as well. Next slide. And so, as some of the risk factors, again, I would consider these populations vulnerable because they have many internal risk factors. So, medical conditions such as diabetes, hypertension, obesity can increase your risk. Older workers, we have those that are sleep deprived, we have those that have poor nutritional intake, certain medications, on top of those external risk factors like the environment, PPE, and really limited accessibility to heat stress prevention strategies. Next slide. And so one of the prevention strategies I want to talk about is hydration, because I think everyone on this webinar can recognize that hydration is a critical prevention strategy. But when we think about this population, we really have no idea what they're coming to us as. We have no idea how hydrated they are. And most times they're coming very dehydrated. So we have to provide the tools to allow workers and volunteers to educate themselves on their hydration status. There's several very simple tools that can be used. One is urine color chart, like you can see on the presentation. However, when you have porta-johns or porta potties, using or looking at your urine color can be pretty difficult to do. So I've evaluated or included multiple different tools to use. So looking at your urine frequency, so how many times do you urinate a day? Also looking at thirst sensation and body weight changes. Next slide. And so as far as hydration guidance goes, NIOSH provides a recommendation of consuming 1 cup of water every 15 to 20 minutes during heavy physical exertion, which is an important consideration, as well as including electrolytes during more than 2 hours of work. But we have to recognize that there is no one size fits all approach when we talk about hydration needs, because hydration needs depend on how accessible fluids are, what's the worker or volunteer susceptibility to dehydration, and what's the environment like? What are the fluid needs? So is it a hot environment? Is it heavy physical exertion? Are they wearing PPE? And so we really need a better idea of how to, recommend hydration strategies for these populations. Next slide, please. And so heat acclimatization is a very misunderstood protocol, but very important, because a lot of the heat injuries and illnesses that are happening occur in new workers or new volunteers. And so NIOSH and OSHA specifically recommend introducing new people by following this 20% rule. By the first day, you work for 20% and you increase 20% over 5 days. And so this is great in practice, or thinking about putting it in practice, but actually being in practice is much harder. So I wanted to present some other things to think about. So one would be, can you think about having a heightened surveillance period where you are able to distinguish new people coming in? So a lot of times in construction, they'll put like a green sticker on the helmet of new people. You can use this prescriptive model, but have the limitations in mind. So it's good to assume that all individuals are unacclimatized. Next slide, please. So the last section I want to talk about is environmental monitoring. Many of the other speakers have touched on it, but when we talk about, especially in workers, we typically use what we refer to as exposure and alert limits. And you can see in the figure below, we use wet bulb globe temperature because it's an industry standard, but the thresholds are determined based on what someone's metabolic rate is, in combination of whether someone's acclimatized, like I mentioned before, or unacclimatized. And so heat acclimatization in general is this gradual exposure to someone to the work environment. So if you're above this curved line, it means you're at greater risk of an injury or just really heat intolerant. You can also use what we refer to as fixed thresholds, where you use one heat metric that then you implement a series of controls, but it does not account for metabolic rate, clothing, or anything else. Next slide. So the last thing I want to talk about is, previous speaker talked about the FIFA World Cup. And we did a study led by Dr. Andy Grunstein, who is going to be a speaker later on in the workshop. And we recognized that a lot of information was in these types of events were focused on really the spectators, the athletes, but not a lot about the worker. And so what we did is we looked at the 16 host sites and looked at 30 years of wet bulb globe temperature data. because what we wanted to see was what was the number of hours per day that these exposure limits were exceeded during July and June. So again, this is not the actual figure on the bottom left that we use for the study. We use the NIOSH recommended alert and exposure limits, but it gives you a sense of we're looking to see the number of times you exceeded the line. Next slide, please. And so for unacclimatized workers, so again, we looked at it based on different work types. So light work, moderate, heavy, and very heavy. And during us in some of those host cities, the very what we consider hot ones like Dallas, Houston, Monterey, Miami, they exceeded this threshold even during light work when people were unacclimatized. And so an otherwise normal summer day in these hot cities, we're exceeding that guideline. Also, in general, the threshold exceedance during moderate or heavy work can exceed 8 to 10 hours per day, even when partial rest is considered. Next slide, please. And you can see that when we look at acclimatized workers, well, there is a protective mechanism of acclimatizing someone. So you can see there's far less numbers of exceedance when we look at these figures. Next slide, please. However, we talked about the hot cities, right? So we talked about cities that had a lot of exceedance of the threshold, but cooler cities like Seattle are not exempt. They also need to consider these unprecedented, heat waves, right? So in the red line on these figures is a specific day that was really hot in June 2021. And you can see that the hourly wet bulb globe temperature, which we looked at, exceeded during those times, but not necessarily during the averages. So no one is completely immune to extreme heat. Next slide, please. And so overall for this study, it's important to be flexible about occupational heat protection policies. So we have to account for these average climate conditions, but we also have to consider the thermal extremes that are really unprecedented. And so there are strategies like acclimatization, shade, and others that I mentioned that can reduce the threshold exceedance. Next slide. So overall, in summary, heat stress impacts health, safety, productivity of workers. We can implement simple prevention strategies to protect them. This is also volunteers as well. But we have to be very flexible and expansive. So are our policies and plans to make sure we're not only considering the average climate conditions, but very extreme heat events. Next slide, please. Thank you so much. And I'm not sure if we have time for questions, but my email is there. You're more than welcome to reach out to me.
Thank you so much. Let's give a virtual quiet round of applause to all of our speakers. We don't have time for questions, unfortunately, Maggie, and I don't see any in the chat, but if you do have questions, please feel free to email her or she can answer them on Zoom while we move on to our next session. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Eric Lahr from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, to introduce our second session of the NIOSH warm-up workshop. And again, thanks everyone for a great first session.
Thank you, Maggie. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Awesome, thank you. So our next session, as was mentioned earlier, is logistics of hosting outdoor events. And we will have 4 talks that discuss different aspects of large-scale outdoor events, including for athletes, spectators, and workers and volunteers. And our first speaker is Sean Simmons. Sean is the founder and CEO of Allied Management Solutions, an event support management and production firm near Houston, Texas. Sean has a background in emergency management and public sector service spanning over 15 years. His portfolio includes FIFA, Formula One, the Cynthia Woods Mitchell Pavilion, presidential campaigns, and dozens more. So I am going to turn it over to you, Sean.
Great, thank you guys. I'll get kicked right into it. We're going to talk about the extreme heat microclimates and the fan experience on their side. I think it's important that we realize that extreme heat is no longer just a comfort issue for our events. It's an operational challenge. I think a lot of the previous speakers have already hit the nail on the head, and I'm going to try to relate it a little bit more into the operational practice for events. Next slide. So as event professionals, we're already trained to think about the rain, the lightning, and the wind, and now heat is really a topic of conversation. Over the past few years, we've really seen the uptick in how the heat can impact our events, and really makes us think about how we're purposefully moving forward. Statistically, we found that he is claiming more lives now than any other uh, natural weather pattern, be it flood, tornado, hurricanes, or lightning. So we really need to start training our thought process to think of heat as a risk or a vulnerability that is an actionable item when we're moving forward. Next slide. The heat can escalate quickly. We've all seen that. It's been a piece that we've all been managing and working through, and the previous speakers have hit it pretty hard. But now we're seeing that with these events moving in, the events getting bigger, and this next year it's no secret. I think every speaker that I've seen so far has touched on FIFA. FIFA will be the largest event in history, spanning cities and countries, days and attendance. Uh, we are looking at these risks coming in, especially in cities like Houston, right in the middle of summer with record-breaking attendance. It's no secret that we're going to start having some major impacts with these climates. So with these pieces coming forward and these different environments coming at us as challenges, the operational challenges that come with that. Is it a water demand increase? Is it medical calls where we're losing medical teams, less teams to respond to other emergencies? Is it a staff fatigue? If we have our attendance increasing and our guest experience decreasing, our staff is working more. That means that we have less staff to provide assistance to the further guests, creating kind of a snowball effect. And it's not the artists or the performers, the attraction, the principals, they're not immune to this either. They are going through the heat, sometimes even more so than the guests, because they're doing it day after day after day. So the performers that are exposed to this heat, how are they acclimating to the stress and to the environments? Uh, and then whenever that schedule continues to build, for example, in Texas, if they're going from Dallas to Houston to Austin, what has their last three shows been like? How have they maintained themselves? And what is their level of comfort moving forward? And do we really understand this environment for the heat as well? Next slide. Most of our venues that we're working with, they already have these standard messages. They already have a really good practice in place for weather. If it's a lightning event, is it sheltering? Is it an evacuation? Working with wind, hail, like I said, lightning or heavy rain. We have all of these different processes that we've worked through, and now over the last few years, we've really had to incorporate the heat element into it. The actionable items with heat of seeking hydration, seeking shelter, air conditioning, or even just shade. How do we push that message out? How do we encourage our guests, our staff, our artists, or our performers? How do we make it actionable for them? The simple messages like hydrate now, find your closest hydration station, plenty of wayfinding messages to send them those directions, move to shade, move to air conditioning, cooling locations nearby. All of these things are incredibly important as event organizers now that we're having to shift focus for. Next slide. So when we look at these events, one of the previous speakers was mentioning, how these events can better prepare. And a question came in talking about moving venues to different cities, different times. Ultimately, events are there to engage the culture. If there's a culture in a community that's going to be ignited by a certain type of event, then they don't want to take that event and put it in a different community. The event is there for a reason to engage that community. So working around the times, if we need to move it later, earlier, if we need to shift, but we can't take events out of a community where that event will only be successful in that community. Bringing that culture and that entertainment to those individuals is really what has made a lot of these events so successful. But we do think about what the effects are. If we need to move it later or earlier, or if we need to have different kind of mitigation steps in place. Working in emergency management and bringing those unified commands together, our goal is to not only create the environment for the guests to have a good time, but also eliminate the impact on local services, 911, EMS, law enforcement, local hospital systems. Our goal is to not have any impact on those systems so that we can still have a safe event. We want our guests to have a good time. If it's canceling events or moving gates forward, all of these adjustments have counter effects. So we're always very careful on any kind of step that we take. Extreme heat is absolutely becoming a part of our operational planning. It's not just weather monitoring anymore. Next slide. So if we're adjusting our schedules, if we're saying, okay, we're going to open gates earlier so that guests can come out of those queues that are outside the gates, or if it's considering those peak heat times to where we push our gates back far enough so they're not impacted by that late afternoon heat. Or is it resources? Is it bringing in more water, making water abundantly available, increasing our shade to decrease that direct sunlight exposure, or having active cooling stations or medical assets on hand? All of these resources put in place to help the guest have a better time and prevent these medical emergencies. Or is it just simply communication? A few of the speakers have been really great on the communication piece, where that pre-event messaging is so extremely important, saying, when you come to this event, it's important that you have already started drinking water. When you get to the event, here is where the water is. If you're outside for too long, you start to feel these symptoms, this is where you should go. If you find yourself in a position where you need help, this is where the help is. Preparing reduces that reactive decision making. So if we decrease the time for someone has to think about the options, we increase their ability to access those that relief. Next slide. More often than not, the show will go on. Events rarely stop because of extreme heat. It's not impossible. We've had examples of concerts or mass gatherings or 4th of July events, community events stopping because of the heat. But it's a really hard practice to sell to an event organizer. Crowds will continue entering, crowds will continue participating. Guests at some events will continue taking drugs, alcohol, all of the things that make up the backgrounds. And we're going to find too, a lot of our guests are going to underestimate the effects of the heat, especially if it's a population that is not engaging in outdoor events very often. Whenever they come into these events to see that artist that tours once every 5, 10 years, they don't think about the heat. They think about getting the best possible seat to see that artist that they've loved their entire life. One of the biggest challenges is not that every area of the venue is experiencing the same heat too. It's understanding that we're going to have many different climates in our same venue. Next slide. Our microclimates is something that we're really trying to start understanding too with our event organizers and our venues, knowing that if we have a concourse or a venue that has engineered breaks, it's an outdoor. We use an amphitheater, for example, but half of the venue is in direct sunlight, half of the venue is under shade. The north side of the venue has breaks from the wind, where the south is open to the natural airflow. Every piece of this venue will have a different microclimate compared to the regional climate. So we don't have the airflow, which means our guests are not getting cooled in our north side, which means that it's going to be hotter. Our incident count will increase and it won't be as cool up there. Or if it's the direct sunlight at the top of the venue, uh, they'll be experiencing those heat symptoms earlier than the folks under the shade. If it is the shade, is there air of movement from the shade, or is the shade structures, have they created a natural block from the airflow? Understanding all of these different functions that come into our event is what's really important to start mapping and preparing our resources. Next slide. Then the small pieces inside our venues too. Is it asphalt? Is it grass? Or is it turf? All of them reflecting heat or absorbing heat differently. Is it shade versus direct sun exposing different guests to different environments? Is it the crowd density where if you're in a group of 10,000 people, you won't get the same airflow as the attendance with 2,000 people? Or your shoulder to shoulder, just reflecting heat from all of those around you. And then is it the simple airflow? Is it the structures and the walls around the guest experience, or the queues of lines, or the GA, the general admission attendance, where we're not having the same situations around the venue? The hottest areas are often where we're going to find our guests standing still the longest as they build in queues and start to stack up. Next slide. So mitigating these steps is important. The events are happening. The folks are coming in. We're starting to have the bigger events, the hotter seasons. So how do we, as event organizers, as producers, as entertainers, or safety experts in the background, how do we prevent the heat emergencies? It's sometimes as simple as abundant free water, making water accessible to everybody at the site, and showing them where to get it, those heat relief locations. Just recently, last week at the Miami Grand Prix, they parked tour buses throughout the complex to allow guests to come in and just sit in a tour bus and get some relief from the heat. Really unique and adaptive ideas. The engineered mitigation steps of large fans to move air, shade structures to block the direct radiation, misting systems to help hopefully cool the environment, and then working on different airflow techniques of, is it something as simple as not building a wall for a tent to allow that airflow to continue? And then prepared interventions, of course, train your staff to recognize the heat and understand that if there is somebody that's acting in a certain type of way or confused, it may not be drugs or alcohol, but something a little more concerning, like a heat emergency. Next slide. And then how those different environments impact our guests. Is it fatigue? Is it the irritability, the attendance, the resource depletion? All of these factors play into each other, so that if we have an irritable guest because of fatigue, then they're going to act against our other guests and decrease our attendance. The outburst in irritability is going to decrease our resources, and it's going to continue snowballing and create a really bad situation for all of us. Next slide. But communicating all of those measures is how we get ahead of this. Communicating if you're feeling a certain type of way, if you're feeling hot, if there's weather, if there's lightning, or if there's any type of expected movement in the event or a transitional event, how do our guests react to that? Uh, our guests make better decisions when they are informed. Expectations improve their behavior, and communication supports the operations on both sides. Next slide. We, as event promoters, need to understand that heat is predictable. Microclimates, they absolutely do exist where our conditions can vary across a venue. Fan comfort impacts our safety. Uncomfortable guests become operational challenges without a doubt, and preparation improves outcomes. Next slide. As event organizers too, our goal is to create events that enable a memory for a laugh time. The memories of a father holding his daughter on his shoulders during her favorite song, a mother helping her son get just a little bit closer to the front row, a couple sharing that first kiss when their song starts playing live. We have the unique ability as event promoters to create these environments where these moments happen. Because of that, we also have the responsibility to manage the factors that can impact them. The future of outdoor events isn't just about managing these crowds, it's about managing these environments and manipulating the factors that we can to better serve our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. That was a great talk. We're going to move on. Our next speaker is Dr. Jennifer Vanos. Dr. Vanos is an associate professor in the School of Sustainability and the College of Global Futures at Arizona State University. Her research examines connections between extreme heat and human health in urban areas, with a strong focus on heat adaptation, community resilience, and unique heat risks and challenges faced by vulnerable groups, including children, athletes, and outdoor workers. Welcome, Dr. Vanos.
Thank you. I'm just gonna switch this. There we go. Okay, looks good. Thank you for having me. Happy to be here and talk about this. I'll be discussing some very more specific studies that address some of the safety and performance challenges related to heat along marathon routes. So moving on. So just thinking about the roadmap, I'll get into some of the motivation and the vulnerability that we need to think about when merging weather and health data, and get into the Tokyo or Sapporo 2021-2020 Olympics, and then move on to another study looking at all three of the most recent Olympics. So when we think about the Olympic marathons, for both spectators and runners, there's different challenges that each face, but also the greatest risk to both the spectators and athletes with that buildup of body heat that can occur, whether you're running or standing in the sun. So there's possible symptoms of heat exhaustion and stroke for both. With endurance performance and thermal comfort, we see both of those declining, obviously in hot environments, but also the overall heat exposure declines the performance and thermal comfort as well, and that's well known across the literature. With runners, we know that having a higher motivation and a higher metabolic output is quite dangerous, and that can result in them being more vulnerable, but they're also more heat acclimated or heat acclimatized for the event and have a higher fitness level. With spectators, likely not acclimatized, a lot coming in from the outside, lower behavioral adaptation present, especially if they're not familiar with the area, lower fitness level, the overcrowding is a big problem, and then there's lack of heat relief. So a lot of these aspects have been touched on in talks today already. But if we look at with Paris, the population there was 2.1 million, and they had 1.7 million foreign travelers come in. And then with Los Angeles, they have about 3.9 million people, and they're expected to draw 1 to 1.5 million visitors. Those visitors are likely not fully acclimatized to the area and the heat. They also may not know exactly where to go and speak the language and so forth. So those are all factors that come into play with behavioral adaptation to heat. And so I just wanted to kind of put up front the way in which we approach a lot of our studies when we're trying to assess how urban design can impact heat exposure and heat strain. So we have the heat cascade we have weather conditions. It can turn into heat stress and heat strain if you're exposed too long and out of heat balance, and potentially result in a heat health outcome. So with heat, you can have heat stress and still be in heat balance because your body can compensate for these additional heat loads from the sun and from your metabolism, and then through rising core temperature, too much sweat loss without replenishing, rising skin temperature, rising cardiac strain. And so once we see that, we see this cascade and continuum of different illnesses happening, anywhere from headaches and discomfort all the way to heat caused and heat related mortality and morbidity. And Dr. Fallett covered this continuum quite nicely earlier today. So the first study I'll get into, this was published in 2019 in Science of the Total Environment, but we started studying the Olympic marathon route in 2016. We did 15 days of measurements on a bike with all of the different weather instruments you can think of, solar radiation, air temperature, relative humidity, surface temperature, and the airflow that comes into play from both the runner moving and whatever air is going on in the canyon or open urban space. And so with that, we were able to study some of these really important pieces of the Tokyo Marathon route that they wanted to highlight on television. And they wanted us to kind of assess, what was the exposure? We worked with Tokyo Olympic Committee on this. What was the exposure of people, spectators, runners? We really focused this study on spectators. And for all of our 15 measurement periods, the temperatures range from 30 to 38 Celsius, variable humidity, they all were performed in the morning, and we could get a sense, an average of the likely conditions for the 2020 Olympics in Tokyo. We looked at sky view factors using Google Street Views to be able to predict what the solar radiation exposure would be based on both the pyranometer on the bike, but also through how much of the sky is viewable. That tells us a lot about the long wave and short wave exposures of a person as they're spectating in a certain area or as a runner is running through. That heat balance, the convection, the conduction, the radiation, the evaporative heat loss, and estimate thermal comfort and heat stress. So quick results, we see that there's a few areas along the route that stood out as having the highest overall budget, meaning a lot of heat gain, especially going homeward. So that's later on in the afternoon. And we saw that heat stress index values were significantly related to the incoming solar radiation. So some of these open spots like Imperial Palace, that was a really important part of the course for spectators and for the Tokyo Olympic Committee, were some of the hottest. So we were able to make design recommendations on ensuring that spectators are shaded there and that you bring airflow in because it's so humid in this environment. We also saw that the heat stress index and the discomfort that was expected was significantly higher in sun-exposed areas, and those two were related. Now, I know you're thinking the marathon in Tokyo didn't even happen. It was moved to Sapporo in 2021, also due to COVID. And even though they moved it 800 kilometers north to Sapporo still, in the morning time, they moved the race an hour earlier because of the heat, and the runners still experienced temperatures exceeding 30 degrees Celsius with humidities around 72%, even under the highest temperatures. And so it was stressful no matter what. And the runners had to do a lot to acclimatize beforehand and to also be able to complete the race. And there was a lot of attrition of runners in that race still. I wanted to mention two additional studies done in Tokyo that, again, this focus more on Tokyo 2021 when the Olympics were postponed a year. But we have two articles. The first looking at the kind of heat intensity at all of the different venues across Tokyo for the specific time of day each event was to occur. And of heat and humidity and sunlight, as well as different duration. And so that gives you the dose, and we were able to quantify that through using a lot of weather stations that were already present in Tokyo that we could use the data for. And then another publication also in this special issue of temperature, looking again more at the UV dose, so the biologically effective solar radiation. Same idea of thinking about the event and the solar exposure that people experience, what that means for their skin health, and even thinking about the surface they're playing on, the length of the event, the time of day of the event, and the clothing they're wearing. So those two articles could be interesting too for those planning for big events or other Olympics. It could be really interesting to do very similar work for the LA Olympics. So now I want to move to this study we had more recently published in 2024 in the Journal of Sports and Exercise Science, looking at the impact of reflective roadways on simulated heat strain, specifically at the past Tokyo, Paris, and Los Angeles Olympics. Of course, Tokyo, the data are from Sapporo. And this is done with various colleagues here at ASU, and then also Yuri Hosokawa in Waseda University in Japan. So we get this question a lot, and I've already mentioned the importance of blocking solar radiation and how that affects the human heat balance in the Tokyo Marathon example. We know that solar exposure is the greatest contributor to heat gain when outdoors and not exercising. Of course, when we're exercising at the intensity of an athlete, like a marathon runner, that metabolic heat load is going to be greater. So how we kind of put together this nature comment piece a couple of years ago to be able to look at, the difference the shade makes on people, whether they're standing in the sun or in the shade, and that mean radiant temperature on someone when they're exposed to the sun in the middle of the day is really important. And a component of that mean radiant temperature is what bounces off the surface. And so when you put in these reflective roadways that you're seeing, however, if a person is standing on this surface or running or biking on this surface, that means that they will be absorbing that solar radiation that's more intensely reflected from the surface versus this surface. However, we also know that the temperatures of the reflective pavement are lower than this one, so that changes the long wave balance. Anyways, you can learn more from this paper here or some of our past work studying reflective pavement in the city of Phoenix. Since 2020, Phoenix has the most extensive network of reflective pavement in the world. And this gave us then an idea to say, what would this mean to people who are actively exercising on these surfaces in some of these Olympics? Because Tokyo had installed a lot of reflective pavement in the city before the Olympics. They did not end up doing the marathon in the city. And then LA also has a lot of reflective pavement throughout their city. So we set out to compare the progression of simulated heat strain in elite athletes competing on traditional darker asphalt and reflective pavement during the recent and future Olympics in sun or shade. And so we could compare the observed and simulated urban climate data with an advanced model of human thermoregulation. So just very briefly, we had the observed climate data for Sapporo for the dates and times of the marathons for Paris and Los Angeles, because this paper was kind of completed in 2023, published in 2024. We used climate normals for the planned dates and times, and these are all morning races. And solar radiation, average solar radiation from the National Solar Radiation Database. We used a very advanced thermoregulation model that models 85 nodes of the body, thinking through skin, tissue, bone, core, and bringing in all the weather data and different aspects of the human body to model core temperature, mean skin temperature, skin wetness, and the cardiac output changes. Metabolic activity based on the sex of the athletes, and then looking at race durations of 2 hours and 15 and 2 hours and 30 minutes for men and women. So very briefly, what we saw when we looked at the differences between traditional asphalt that was sun exposed to either reflective pavement or asphalt with shade, so thinking of shading from trees and buildings and so forth, we saw that there were overall higher radiant heat loads over the reflective pavement for the runners, but and a slightly higher but not significant core temperature and skin temperature compared to if they were running over darker asphalt. While not significant, this is opposite of what you would expect from a heat mitigation technology to protect people. And then if you add in shading, so you're prioritizing shading along the route, that can lower the predicted core temperature by 0.37 degrees Celsius and skin temperature by 0.68 degrees Celsius. Across all the events we looked at compared to the sun-exposed asphalt, we also found a decrease in cardiac output, which is obviously an important indicator of heat strain as well. We can look at these over time, and so the paper has a lot more graphs, but trying to see over the marathon in Sapporo or Paris or Los Angeles, what's the difference in core temperature over time of running on the asphalt pavement that's shaded in the morning hours versus the reflective pavement or unshaded asphalt. So this could have important implications for how someone designs the marathon route for the Olympics. So in summary, merging all this weather and health data and methods for heat safety, preparedness, and protection is really important. Getting the fine scale data to try and make decisions with can be super valuable. The athletes, spectators, and volunteers, and beyond that, will all have different experiences based on their background vulnerabilities and where they're coming from. And it's critical to be able to the exposure type. So thinking about these dry conditions in Los Angeles versus the humid conditions in Tokyo, that makes a massive difference. And then whether they're sun exposed or shaded across the city. And for kind of planners and people working on this, being willing and nimble with schedule shifts and design use. So shade and of course airflow goes a long way for spectators, and even route designs as allowable. So having those tailored resources and integrated heat management across sectors is crucial. So we have this one final paper we wrote for extreme heat and health for the Tokyo 21 Olympics, for thinking about the scientific coalition across the various sectors that are involved in these events. And with that, I will thank you. And if you would like access to any of those papers that are not open access, please just email me and I can send them to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Jenny. That was a great talk. Our next speaker is Chris Furman. Chris is the Deputy Director of NOAA's Southeast Regional Climate Center, where he leads applied research on the societal and human health impacts of extreme weather, oversees regional monitoring efforts, and develops climate service tools. He is also a research associate professor in the Department of Geography and Environment at University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, specializing in applied climatology, hydroclimatology, and biometeorology. So welcome, Chris, and we look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Great. Thanks so much, Eric. Thank you all so much, and it's a pleasure to be here. Have you ever been at a football game or a similar sporting event in a stadium and thought, wow, it feels way hotter in here than what the forecast said? It turns out you're probably right. So today I'm going to talk about something that many of us have experienced but maybe haven't fully thought about, and that is what it actually feels like inside a stadium on a hot day and what that means for your health. So this work looks at how heat is distributed inside stadiums, how it affects thermal comfort, and also how it shows up in first aid and EMS data during games. So today I want to show you what's really happening inside stadiums and what we can do to keep spectators safe. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge my co-authors. This work was part of a master's thesis by Andrew Collins at Mississippi State University, along with the rest of his committee, Barrett Gutter, Jenny Vanasse, who we just heard from, and Mike Brown. So next slide, please. So when we think about heat risk in stadiums, naturally, we often think about athletes, right? But spectators are a uniquely vulnerable group. You're sitting in direct sun, often for several hours. You're in dense crowds. Airflow can be limited. You're consuming food and alcohol that may contribute to dehydration. And unlike athletes, you're not acclimatized. You're not trained. You're not being monitored. And in large stadiums, we're not talking about just a few people, right? We're talking about tens of thousands or even 100,000 people at once. So even small increases in heat exposure can translate into potentially big health impacts when we're talking about crowds of these sizes. Okay, next slide. So if the stadium environment is different, we may actually be underestimating the true health risk or heat risk. So to address that, we focused on a simple but important question, and that is what's happening outside the stadium versus what people are actually experiencing inside. And from there, we did three things. First, we measured how heat varies across different parts of the stadium. Second, we looked at how those conditions translate into what it actually feels like for spectators. And third, we connected those conditions to data on heat-related illness during games throughout one particular football season. So the question we're really asking is, are we underestimating heat risk inside our stadiums? Okay, next slide. So to answer that, we placed more than 50 sensors throughout a college football stadium over the course of a full season. Specifically, this work was done at Mississippi State University's football stadium in Starkville, Mississippi. This is a medium-sized open-air stadium, seats about 65,000 people. It's located in a humid subtropical climate. The sensors we used for this study were thermochron and hygrochron eye buttons, which measure temperature and humidity. As you can see, the sensors were unshielded, okay, which can introduce a slight warm bias when they're in direct sunlight, but we did orient them face down, and we applied a correction factor that we developed and published in a subsequent study to ensure that the data were comparable with the outside conditions. Okay, next slide. So the sensors were placed in three main areas. They were placed in the seating area where most spectators sit. This is largely unshaded, especially in the upper tiers of the stadium. The field area, which is mostly exposed to direct sun, except for some shading there by the video board on the south end of the stadium, and the concourses. These are semi-outdoor spaces that are mostly shaded by the stadium structures. And these sensors were recording data every 10 minutes throughout the 2016 football season. This ran from late August to late November. So we didn't record just during individual games. We recorded throughout the entire season. And we then compared these in-stadium conditions to a nearby weather station. Specifically, we used the USDA Soil Climate Analysis Network, or SCAN, station that's located just about a mile to the north of the stadium. And this represents the type of observation you would typically see and would be used for forecasts and warnings, and those record data hourly. Okay, next slide. So from there, we translated the measurements into how hot it actually feels for spectators using a heat index, which we know that was calculated using the standard equations from the Weather Service, and also a more advanced thermal comfort metric called PET, or the physiological equivalent temperature. So unlike heat index, PET gives a more complete picture of how the human body experiences heat. It accounts not just for temperature and humidity, but also factors like sun exposure, wind, and how heat is exchanged between the body and the environment. So this includes radiation, convection, and also sweat evaporation. So we calculated PET using a model called Rayman Pro, and we used a modified version called MPET, which is actually better suited for these types of climates. And it also provides a more conservative estimate of heat stress. And then finally, we connected all these conditions to first aid and EMS reports from games during the 2016 season. Okay, next slide. All right, so after collecting all these observations throughout the season, the question became, okay, what did spectators actually experience when they were inside the stadium? And the short answer is conditions in the stadium were substantially hotter and more dangerous than what was being measured outside. Here we're looking at a map of temperatures throughout the stadium for a game that was played on September 10th, 2016. And this image is for conditions around 5 p.m. This is right around the time of kickoff. And what this map is kind of really meant to show here is both the magnitude of the heat and also how much temperatures can vary throughout different parts of the stadium, especially compared to outside conditions. And what we found is the temperatures in the seating and field areas could vary by more than 10 degrees Fahrenheit from one side to the other, mainly depending on what areas were receiving the most direct sunlight. And while some parts of the stadium were similar to the outside conditions, most areas were hotter, and in some cases were much hotter. For example, outside the stadium, temperatures at this time were about 91 degrees. But on the east side of the stadium, as you can see there, where spectators were still exposed to direct sunlight, temperatures reached as high as 106. That's a difference of about 15 degrees. And I want to emphasize, this isn't just a one-time event. This isn't just for one game. This was a pattern we saw repeatedly throughout the season, especially during the hotter earlier part of the season. So, if you're checking the weather on your phone or an app before the game, keep in mind what you experience in your seat may be significantly hotter than what's being reported outside. And the heat wasn't distributed evenly across the stadium, right? So where you sit really matters. If you're in direct sun, especially in the lower seating areas, those were consistently some of the hottest parts of the stadium. While if you were in the shade, you were generally cooler, although sometimes airflow could be restricted a bit. So within the same stadium, at the same time, spectators are having very different heat experiences depending on where they are. Okay, next slide. Now, temperature is only a part of the story, right? So here we're looking at the heat index values from another game that occurred 1 week earlier when conditions were even more oppressive. So as you know, the National Weather Service classifies heat risk into 4 color-coded categories using a heat index. They range from caution, where fatigue is possible, all the way to extreme danger, where heat stroke becomes likely with prolonged exposure or activity. And when we map these categories across the stadium, the results are actually pretty striking. Many locations fell into the danger category, and throughout the game, more than half of the observations in the seating and field areas actually reached that level. In fact, 2 observations even reached the extreme danger category, with the highest heat index reaching 139 degrees on the east side of the stadium. At this particular time, this was during halftime of this particular game, the average heat index in the seating areas was about 115 degrees. That's more than 20 degrees higher than conditions outside the stadium. And those are conditions that actually reach the threshold for an excessive heat warning based on local criteria from the National Weather Service. Now, what's also interesting actually is what's happening in the concourses, areas that haven't been studied as much in stadiums. Those areas were substantially cooler, generally within the caution category, and in some cases were actually cooler than conditions outside the stadium, which remained in the extreme caution category for most of the game. So when we translate temperatures and humidity into what conditions actually feel like, many parts of the stadium reach levels where heat exhaustion becomes likely and heat stroke becomes possible with prolonged exposure. And again, most importantly, those thresholds were often exceeded inside the stadium, even when conditions outside were less severe. Okay, next slide. Okay, in the interest of time, I'm actually going to, this is just another example of the same thing. So in the interest of time, I'm actually going to skip to the next slide and look at PET. So now heat index gives us part of the story, right? But PET, that physiological equivalent temperature, actually helps us better understand how the body experiences extreme thermal stress. So here we're comparing average PET values for different parts of the stadium and outside conditions using 4 different wind thresholds. Now, this is important because wind, as we've heard, is one of the most effective ways to cool the body, right? It helps remove heat and also increases sweat evaporation, which improves thermal comfort. So when we model PET under calm wind conditions, the stadium environment is generally classified as hot with strong heat stress, especially in the seating areas, which again, were consistently the most thermally oppressive parts of the stadium. But what's really interesting is what happens when we increase the wind speed, even just a little bit, even just a few miles per hour. That leads to noticeable improvements in thermal comfort, with physiological stress decreasing from strong to moderate heat stress throughout much of the season. And if we look at the figure on the right, we also see that when the winds are calm, we see much greater variability in thermal comfort across the stadium, again, especially in the seating areas. And so what this tells us is that airflow in the stadium makes a huge difference. When wind speeds are low, thermal stress increases dramatically. But if we can just get a little bit of wind blowing, okay, that can increase and improve thermal comfort significantly. So the seating areas consistently showed the highest levels of physiological stress and the greatest variability. The concourses, on the other hand, they were generally the least oppressive and also the least variable parts of the stadium, even when compared to conditions outside. And of course, this has important implications for things like stadium design, ventilation, and even airflow or cooling strategies implemented during games. Okay, next slide. Okay, so what does this all mean for you as a spectator? Well, first, don't rely solely on the forecast. Stadium temperatures can be significantly hotter than what's reported outside, and in some cases, conditions inside can reach heat warning levels, even when conditions outside do not. And importantly, we can actually map these conditions within the stadium. For example, the image there in the upper right shows a heat index map that was actually created for a local TV news segment there in Starkville using our data. And it highlights where conditions are most dangerous inside the stadium. It also includes the heat index from the nearest airport, which is typically what you would see in a forecast. So it's a really effective way to communicate that potential mismatch between the forecast and the real exposure. Second, as I mentioned before, where you sit really matters. Sun-exposed seating areas are often the hottest parts of the stadium, while concourses provide a really important break with shade, usually better airflow, and access to those important cooling resources. And finally, as a spectator, pay attention to how you feel. We found that heat-related illness made up about 40 to 60% of all first aid and EMS cases during the games during the 2016 season, and most of those, unsurprisingly, occurred in the hottest parts of the stadium. So heat is clearly a major health concern, as we know, but it's also something as a spectator that you can manage. Okay, next slide. So what does this mean for those of you planning and managing events like this? Well, first, heat illness can escalate quickly, as we know and as we've heard, but it's also entirely preventable. And that means there are real opportunities to reduce risk. One of the most important, as we found in our study, is to increase access to shade, especially in the highest risk areas of the stadium. Airflow is another key factor. Our results show that even small increases in wind can significantly reduce heat stress. So thinking about ventilation, either permanently or temporarily, can make a real difference. Providing access to cooling and hydration, as we've heard about as well, is also critical, whether that's water stations, misting areas, or simply making it easier for people to access cool spaces and take breaks there. It's also important to use in-stadium monitoring, not just using nearby weather data, because as we've shown, conditions inside the stadium can and often are very different. Scheduling is another important consideration, something else that we've heard about today. In fact, I just saw recently, some of you may have seen this as well, there's discussion actually about maybe starting the college football season a bit earlier, maybe a week or two earlier, which could certainly help with scheduling flexibility, especially around the college football playoffs. But it also increases exposure to extreme heat. So that needs to be carefully weighed from a health and safety perspective. And finally, clear communication is key. That means not only communicating the heat risk, but also understanding how spectators perceive and respond to that risk. Also, in the longer term, the findings from our study can highlight the importance of prioritizing thermal comfort in stadium design, overall stadium design, and renovation. Okay, next slide. Okay. Actually, in the interest of time, those are just some limitations and next steps which you can read about in our paper. So I'll go ahead and skip to the next slide, which should be the last one. If you want more details on this study, please scan the QR code there on the slide to access our paper, which was published in the journal Atmosphere back in 2024. And if there's time, I'm happy to take questions. So thank you very much.
We are probably going to need to move on in the interest of speakers' time and everybody in respect for everybody's time. But yeah, feel free to reach out to Chris if you have any questions you want to ask. Our next speaker is Kara Castile. Kara is a senior director of music and entertainment. She brings extensive experience in large-scale event production, operations, and guest experience within the music, festival, and film industries. With a strong background in both strategic planning and on-the-ground execution, she has successfully led complex productions that prioritize safety, efficiency, and audience engagement. So welcome, Kara.
Hello, y'all. I mean, that's just a lot of words to say. I am glue. I hold everything together. But yeah, happy to be here, happy to talk to you guys. And basically, listening to all the presenters beforehand, my intention is to put forth like actionable items that you can take all of that information and put it into use on the ground if and when you are putting on an event. So if you don't mind, go on to the next slide. So, understanding how weather, specifically heat, in this instance, can directly impact your event is essential. So, in this presentation, we're going to explore how weather extremes equal real safety risks. Guest comfort directly impacts satisfaction and revenue, and hydration isn't a nice to have, it's a critical operational priority. And so I'll just ask you to keep in mind, if guests are uncomfortable, they disengage. If they're unsafe, the event fails. So just have that in your mind as we go through these slides. So next one, please. So understanding the risk involved with heat is critical. To do this, you must first identify key environmental factors that impact your event. So for me, here's some examples of what I look for when preparing for an event. So as many people touched on heat index, which is, temperature and humidity. However, what I prefer to use is WBGT, which is the wet bulb globe temperature, which not only takes into account temperature and humidity, but also wind speed, sun angle, radiant heat, and it, for me, presents a more accurate feels like temperature. The feel like temperature is important to consider, especially for me where I'm located. My venue is located in the middle of a racetrack, surrounded by concrete and asphalt, with little to no natural shade features, and we are historically humid here in Austin. So, to reiterate, even though the weather station or your meteorologist says, "Oh, it's 90 degrees outside," realistically, it's going to feel upwards of 110 degrees where I'm at. So the next one is sun exposure and lack of shade. Where are my guests? Where are my staff going to go to get relief? Do I need to provide more infrastructure to accommodate that need for shade? Crowd demographic. Who's coming to my event? Are they older? Are they younger? What health risks are associated with each of those age groups? It's important for you to identify this because with each different type of person or demographic, different pre-existing risks can be exaggerated, or the guests can be made susceptible when heat is introduced and involved. Next would be alcohol consumption. It's like, how hard am I going to battle to keep people hydrating? Is it a country show where they're tailgating beforehand before they even come in? Like, how hard am I going to have to push water on people? So knowing that is pretty important. Next is crowd density. How many concentrated bodies and will be in a certain area, and how will it exaggerate the heat, like in a crowd, like a crowded pit, right? So 2,000 person, going back to what Sean was saying, is going to feel so much hotter than 1,000 person uh, capacity pit, just bodies crowded trying to press towards the stage. Also to keep in mind, are there areas within the venue where the density is going to be greater than others, and where will you need to increase the access to water? Lastly, the duration of the event. How long am I going to have to support these people? Like, how much water, how much mitigation am I going to need to provide in order to keep everybody safe, happy, and healthy? And so, the operational reality of all of this is guests often underestimate dehydration until it's too late. So we want to get ahead of that. Next slide. So with that, we can come up with a hydration strategy. A successful hydration plan includes access. Do you have enough water points? Do you have enough places for people to go to get the water that they need? Next is visibility. Is it easy to find? How is your signage? Are people going to know where to go? Then speed. You don't want to have long backed up lines to any access of water. Water is critical, and we want people to get what they need in the quickest time possible. Next is equity. Equity is, you want to make sure that the water is available throughout your site, not just centralized in one location. That could be really detrimental to an event. And then next up is a backup. What's your contingency plan? You can plan all day long, but when something that goes wrong, which happens, what are you going to do? So I'm going to go through each of that. Water access planning. So, these are the baselines that I like to operate off of. So, capacity guidelines, one station of water per 1,000 to 2,000 attendees. This is a baseline for a 3 to 5 hour event with not extreme heat present. So, moderate heat, if you will. I'd recommend the station be about 125 gallons. An example is most people have seen a water monster, the great big blue bucket with a bunch of spouts coming out. And then you're also going to want to increase density near stages and high traffic zones, entry and exit points. So, for example, not only do we have water access near our pit, but we arm all of our barricade security with 5 gallon jugs of water to just hand folks water as needed. Because I don't know if you have gone to a show where it's your favorite band, but if you get that front, row seat at the pit, you're likely not leaving. So we want to try and mitigate anything and everything that we can. So, other good places are near restrooms, near the front gates, near concessions. These are all places people actively visit throughout the entire event. Different station types is, free refill stations, that being the water monsters and whatnot. And this really goes to reduce medical incidents and boost guest sentiments. It's like, oh, okay, they're taking care of me. Here's some water. Other types are bottled water cells. It supports your revenue stream and it's a grab and go convenience. And then hydration sponsors, branded stations to help off cost some, cost if you're having to rent these different types of water stations. And what I've found is offering free water significantly reduces medical incidents, and it really does improve the overall guest experience and satisfaction. So, next slide. Placement and flow. So hydration stations must align with the natural crowd movements, right? So we're looking at from the time a person lines up at the front gates till they get to their final destination and then back again. So things that you're going to want to avoid are bottlenecks near entrances. You know, congestion creates not only safety risks, but also frustration. Isolated or hidden stations, you know, you want people to use them. If they're isolated or hidden, you know, water goes to waste. The needs of the crowd are not met if the station is not in a place that is easily accessible. And then you want to avoid clustering in a single area. You want to distribute evenly across your entire field, your grounds, whatever event or venue you are operating in. And then things to prioritize are natural traffic paths. So where are people naturally going? They're going to the bathroom, they're going to the concessions, there's a main concourse, they're going down there. Just knowing where folks are going to be and identifying those locations to best support water access. Shade adjacent locations are great. You know, people are going to gravitate to the shade in an outdoor event because it is hot. So having water right there is another great opportunity to get guests hydrated. And then you want it to be visible from a distance. So you want to have the signage big, bright, high, visible. Just, you know, you want people to be able to look up and not necessarily get water, but know within 30 seconds, okay, water's there. That's where I'm going. Yeah, next slide. So shade and cooling, you know, hydration alone isn't enough. Cooling infrastructure like shade tents, misting stations, indoor and covered areas, cooling lounges for VIP or GA guests, however it may shake out, are very, very important. So at my venue, one of my main ones in the amphitheater, it's about a third to a half a mile from the front gates over to the final destination. So entry, we have shade tents. Midway through, I have a 25-meter by 55-meter tent located centrally between the entrance and the amphitheater for people to get, you know, shade breaks, food, water, all of that. It's important to provide those areas for folks because ultimately you do not want them standing in unprotected sunshine for, you know, over 2 or 3 hours, depending on what time your doors are and the show starts. So having that Mr. Tents, power breezers available, just as much access to water. You can lead them to water and it's up to them from there. So next slide. Oh, next one. There we go. So next is staffing. So hydration it needs people, right? Things aren't going to refill themselves. Things aren't going to monitor themselves. So staff roles really, they need to look at monitoring those water levels, managing lines if there's long ones, directing guests as to, okay, the station is, you know, full, but we have one right over here, you know, go in this direction and you'll have access to water quick. And then they need to be able to identify the heat distress. So, you know, training for that includes recognizing dehydration symptoms, escalation protocols, and guest first communication. You really want to always approach a guest through their lens. You want to be able to relate to them, remain calm, and provide guidance and solutions. All of those elements will help keep the event safe and running smoothly. So next slide. Touching on communication again. Basically, if a guest doesn't know, it does not exist. So my recommendation is, you know, people have touched on it, pre-event communication. The know before he goes. That messaging is incredibly important. You want to push it every way you can through email, apps, social medias. You want to provide guidance on the refillable bottles. Like, are they allowed to bring it in? Personally, at my venue, we allow collapsible, refillable water bottles in. We allow one 20-ounce sealed bottle of water per person, but based on a matrix, like once we tip a certain point in heat and index in hours, we raise that to two. So that's two sealed water bottles per person coming through. Like we want people to drink the water. And then, you know, make sure your websites and policies highlight this when people are looking and seeking information. Make sure it's clearly laid out. Then once you get on site, we talked about this earlier, signage, like clear, large, frequent. You want to have maps, both digital and physical, that are mapping out each access to water. Uh, what's gotten really good in the past couple of years is artists realize that this is a huge part to their guest safety, and they want to keep their guests safe. So what I've noticed is stage announcements are becoming increasingly more common. You know, artists encouraging their guests to go drink water, don't be dehydrated, look for these symptoms. So that's been an incredible change. And then you want to do real-time alerts via, you know, an event app. So if something's going on, if you're noticing spike in heat, just send out some encouragement. So like your tone matters. We don't want to lecture. All we want to do is keep messaging, keep it positive, keep the access available. So next slide. Medical and safety. So hydration is tied directly to your medical operation. So what's important is the coordination, like EMS near your high risk zones. So that's stage areas, that's sun exposed sections, that's entry gates. And personally, like I have a 2,000 person capacity pit, and I know in the heat of Austin in the summer, we have heat casualties, and it's just a reality. So what change we've made is we have a dedicated cool down zone stage left with a dedicated foot EMT team that is there to do quick response to pull people out from the pit and get them back cooled down, water hydrated, and then the idea is a treat and release. So that's been something very impactful and very helpful that we've seen in our operation. Heat response protocols, it's important to have defined escalation tiers and triggers and thresholds. So, you know, at what point are you seeing so many people go down that you need to activate a cooling station? That's one example of that. And making sure that your staff is aware and knows of that. And then real-time incident monitoring. So we run a central command station. So it's basically a live dashboard that keeps operations and medical, among other different entities, all in contact so that we're actively monitoring what's going on and the health and safety risk. And so some good data to track is the heat-related cases. What's the volume? What's the severity? And what were the response times for it? Do you have enough personnel? Could you do more? Water consumption rates, gallons per hour across all stations. Did I put out enough water to keep my guests safe? Right? That's very important. And then peak usage times. Identify when the surge is, make sure you have the staff available to refill, re-up, and bump anything needed in real time. And so the key insight is tracking this data year over year. It turns into reactive, or it turns you away from reactive safety into proactive planning. So you know what you're looking at, you're familiar with this, and you are ready to jump on anything that might come up. So next slide. Contingency planning. You know, things will go wrong, so we should all plan for it. And some things to keep in mind are backup strategies, reserve water supplies, mobile water teams, emergency distribution points, rapid deployment of shade. Is that a pop-up tent? Is that, you know, umbrellas that you can deploy for your security, items like that. And so it's just, I could go into more detail, but it seems as though we are running kind of late on time. But it's just very important to know where and how you're going to get water to people. And then another thing is weather escalation plans or having an EAP. What are you going to do? You're going to increase announcements. You're going to open additional cooling zones, adjust programming if needed. All of these are factors that need to be able to be applied and put into place in order to keep an event safe and going. So next slide. So your guest experience. Effective hydration is inseparable from the overall guest experience. So when it's executed well, attendees extend their visit. Your per cap spending increases, and then a general sense of care takes hold. Repeat attendance follows naturally, so they know that they can come to your venue and they know that they're going to be well taken care of. And then when it's handled inadequately, guest complaints escalate, health-related incidents multiply, and then there's the lasting reputation that can be harmful for your venue, your name, whatever you're representing. Next slide. So just want to leave you with some key takeaways. Hydration is both a safety measure and an experience driver. So reducing medical incidents while improving guest satisfaction and their spend. Access, visibility, and flow determine station effectiveness. So you want to put this around natural foot traffic, prevent bottlenecks and boost the usage, keep people hydrated. Next is shade and cooling are just as critical as water. So you want to have misting stations, shade tents, cool lounges. You just want to reduce the risk however you can to heat-related incidents. And then clear communication drives station usage. You want pre-event messaging, you want signage, you want reminders, you want to be able to keep guests informed. If they don't know it's there, then it doesn't exist. And then lastly, always plan for the worst case scenarios. Defined escalation protocols and medical coordination helps prevent medical emergencies. So with that, I'll leave you with my final thought. Great events don't just entertain, they take care of people.
Thank you so much, Kara. So that is all of the talks for this section, and I'm going to turn it back over to Morgan.
Thanks so much, Eric, and thank you to all of our wonderful presenters, not just in this session, but in the first session in our opening keynote. So we are going to take a quick break. It was originally going to be 2:30 to 2:45, but we went a little overtime on presentation, so it's just going to be 5 minutes. We'll be back here at 2:45 to get into our next session on athletics and outdoor recreation. See you all back in 5 minutes.
Testing, testing. Do you hear me, Morgan?
I can hear you, Paul.
Wonderful. Thank you.
I will get started with our final session for today in 1 minute. 1 minute warning for our final session. Okay, it is 2:45 Eastern, so we will go into our final set of presentations. And for that, I will turn it over to my colleague, Paul Ferricelli. Paul?
Thank you, Paul. The athletics and outdoor recreation session will feature presentations on strategies to keep athletes and people recreating outdoors safe in the heat. First off, we have Jennifer Proctor. Jennifer is the Chief of the Prevention and Response Branch at the National Park Service Office of Health and Safety. She oversees disease prevention, recreation injury prevention, and transportation safety. A registered professional engineer with degrees in civil engineering and environmental technology management, she has nearly 25 years of federal service, including 21 years as a U.S. Public Health Service officer. I give you Jennifer Proctor.
Thank you so much, Paul, for that introduction. Hi, everyone. I'm really excited to be here to present and participate in today's workshop. I know that summer is coming up, and I'm here to help you plan your trip today. It's a great time to explore our parks, but summertime also brings weather conditions that require preparation and smart decision making while recreating. Today's session will equip you with the information you need to recreate during hot summer temps, avoid heat illness, and have a fun and memorable experience at one of our amazing national parks. Next slide. I work in the Office of Health and Safety. The National Park Service Office of Health and Safety supports national parks through programs designed to promote and support health, safety, and wellness. The Prevention and Response Branch provides guidance and technical support by responding to and preventing disease transmission for all people in parks, preventing visitor recreational injuries, and reducing motor vehicle crashes through our comprehensive transportation safety program. Next slide. Today, I'll cover several key areas, the environmental and personal risk factors that can increase the likelihood of heat illness, steps you can take at home to prepare for high temps during your visit, how park rangers can support your planning and provide important safety tips when you arrive at the park, strategies to stay cool and avoid overheating during your park activity, and what to do if someone experiences a heat-related illness. Finally, I'll share some trusted resources to help you plan for your national park experience. Next slide, please. Thinking about extreme heat? I'm sure Death Valley probably comes to mind. Death Valley is home to some of the highest temperatures recorded anywhere on Earth. This photo was taken in August 2024 when the park had reached a record-setting day of 129 degrees. Visitors in the summertime must take extreme precautions in these conditions as this level of heat is extremely dangerous. While not every park reaches these extremes, many experience conditions that can still place visitors at risk. Regardless of your destination, heat awareness is an essential part of preparing for your trip. Next slide. As you can see on this image from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, otherwise known as NOAA, who's hosting this workshop today, summer temps in July are very warm almost everywhere in the United States, and many parks experience significant heat during this period. Whether you're planning a desert hike or visiting an urban park, it's important to account for seasonal temperature patterns in your trip planning and the activities that you're considering at the park. Next slide. Heat can affect a visitor in any setting, whether you're in a remote canyon, on a popular trail, or exploring a historical site in an urban park. On this slide, I have a photo of a hiker in Zion National Park where there is limited shade from the sun and radiant heat from the canyon walls. In the photo on the right is an example of an urban park setting, right here at home for me. The reflecting pool with the Washington Monument in the background in Washington, D.C. In the photo, you can see some of the walking paths are unshaded and walking distances are further than typically anticipated. The distance from the Lincoln Memorial to the Washington Monument is nearly 1 mile, and it's almost 3 miles to the Capitol building, which can be surprising to many of our visitors. High temperatures, direct sun exposure, and prolonged outdoor activity can make even easy walks more strenuous. Being aware of these risks can help you prepare, select the right time of day for the activity, and pace yourself accordingly. Next slide. The factors on this slide increase the likelihood of experiencing a heat-related illness during your national park visit. And for most visitors, many of these factors overlap during their trip. Environmental conditions, combining high temperatures with humidity or lack of humidity and elevation can increase your risk. For example, in many Southwest parks, you can become dehydrated quickly because the low humidity makes it harder for you to notice your sweat. And on top of it, places like Old Faithful and Yellowstone or the Grand Canyon sit over 7,000 feet above sea level, where elevation can increase dehydration or affect pre-existing medical conditions. Limited acclimation time. Many visitors are experiencing our unique park environments for the first time. The conditions can be very different from where they came from, and going straight from the plane or your car to a hike doesn't really allow enough time for your body to adjust. Sometimes acclimation can take days or longer. Strenuous physical activities such as steep hikes or long distance walks, and personal health considerations, which we heard a little bit about in the last slide, along with alcohol and drug use, can increase your susceptibility to heat. I was speaking to some rangers as I was preparing this presentation, and they were sharing with me that even factors like inadequate hydration or nutrition the day before can influence how your body responds to heat and again increase that likelihood of experiencing a heat-related illness. It's really important to keep these factors in mind when you're planning for your trip. Next slide. Preventing heat illness on your national park visit really starts at home. Reviewing NPS resources about the park environment, hazards, and available park activities are important steps to take in planning your trip before you go. We've developed tools such as the NPS Trip Planning Guide and the Junior Ranger Park Explorer to help families and groups in preparing for park conditions and selecting the best activity long before they arrive. These guides were developed with search and rescue rangers across the NPS. They incorporate important planning steps to help you avoid common mistakes that can lead to injury. Next slide. A successful visit begins with thoughtful planning and packing. Important planning actions we recommend include checking the weather and any park alerts before you leave, researching whether water is available in the park and where to find it, and scheduling any strenuous activities before 10 a.m. or after 4 p.m. However, always verify park-specific guidance. For example, Death Valley may recommend starting strenuous activities before 9 a.m. and after 6 p.m. if temperatures are very extreme. Another important step is having a cool plan B in case temperatures are too high and you can put it right into action. Someone isn't feeling well or you realize you've forgotten essential gear. Having a pre-planned backup activity helps ensure you can still enjoy the park without feeling like you missed out. We also encourage visitors to consider packing the 10 essentials and customizing their packing list to prepare for summer heat. Make sure you bring sufficient water, sun protection, appropriate clothing, nourishing snacks, and any gear specific to your planned activities. Next slide. The National Park Service website and the NPS app provide reliable, up-to-date information about the park you're visiting. You can review current alerts, check trail conditions, confirm water availability, and learn about weather hazards. One great feature to highlight is that the map and other park information can be downloaded for offline use on the app, as many parks have limited cell service. Downloading park data ahead of time ensures you can access critical information even in areas without cell service. Next slide. On this slide, I have some screenshots of the NPS app from a cell phone, and it's for the National Mall and Memorial Parks in Washington, D.C. And all of the parks websites look very similar to this. The image on the left is the landing page for the park within the app, and I've got the yellow arrow pointing to the park map feature, which is really useful to help you find your way around the park and any sites you may want to visit, be it a visitor center, a specific trail, or finding restrooms. The red arrow is pointing to a feature that is available also on all park pages called amenities. If you click on the amenities button, which you'll see in the image on the right, the specific places of interest are shown, and you can find locations such as drinking water locations, which I've highlighted in the red box. Next slide. When you arrive at the national park, we recommend stopping by the visitor center if one is available. Our rangers can offer guidance on trail conditions, route selection, water availability, air-conditioned spaces or shaded areas, weather, and other safety tips. Checking in with a ranger before beginning an activity is one of the most effective ways to ensure your plans align with current park conditions and the needs of yourself, your family, or your friends. Don't hesitate to stop and talk to any NPS volunteers or park rangers while you're out on your activity. They can provide safety information and answer any questions or concerns you may have. The picture on the right shows a preventive search and rescue volunteer at Grand Canyon National Park. These volunteers work along the rim and at certain locations on the canyon trails to help visitors and provide safety recommendations. The image on the bottom is an example of a park alert and the type of information you may see related to heat. Next slide. When you're out hiking or with any activity that's putting you outdoors in the exposed sun, the following practices can help minimize heat-related risks. Again, remember to avoid recreating between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. when temperatures peak. Check out the trailhead signs for any important information before you head out. We highly recommend that visitors follow posted signs and any heat-related advisories. Wear your hat and sunglasses, put on your sunscreen, and remember to apply it every couple of hours or more frequently if you're sweating. Drink water regularly and bring salty snacks to maintain your electrolyte balance. Rest frequently, ideally in shaded areas. I just want to note many heat-related incidents and deaths have occurred because visitors have waited too long to turn around and have tried to push through to get to that final destination that they were shooting for on the trail. Please don't wait. Turn back if conditions become too hot or if you see anyone in your group or your family beginning to feel unwell. This slide has an image of a sign that you will see at White Sands National Park in New Mexico, where it informs visitors of the importance of bringing enough water on a trail and when not to hike. These are really life-saving tips. Next slide. On this slide, I'm sharing some examples of signs at some of our national parks. The sign on the left is one that has been used at Death Valley, and then the sign on the right is for a seasonal trail closure at Lake Mead National Recreation Area. Measures like these are based on analyzing past incidents, including visitor and employee safety considerations. Please take all posted guidance seriously. These warnings reflect real hazards and significant injuries or death that have been experienced by previous visitors. Next slide. Parks are continuously working to expand access to drinking water and shaded areas. Refill stations like the one on the left photo is one that's available at Grand Canyon, and they have many at Grand Canyon. And then in some popular trails where we have a lot of exposure, some parks are installing shade structures like what we see here. This one's at Zion. Next slide. If you suspect either yourself or someone who is out recreating with you is experiencing a heat-related illness, it's really critical to take action immediately. Stop your activity, try to find a shaded location close to where you are, loosen your clothing, and begin active cooling. If you have any water on you, splash yourself or the other person, and use whatever you have available to start fanning the person. Drink water and continue to drink water and eat salty snacks in moderation. And if you think this is an urgent situation or a real medical emergency, call 911 or flag down a ranger. Prompt action can prevent heat-related illness from escalating. Next slide. The National Park Service provides a wide range of online resources, including park alerts, safety guidance, and planning tools. We recommend using nps.gov and the NPS app to help prepare for your trip before you go and learn about safety tips you can take to reduce any mistakes that could lead to an injury. Next slide. Again, thank you for this opportunity to present at the Heat Season Summer Workshop, Warm-Up Workshop. And again, if you're visiting a national park this summer, I hope you find these recommendations useful and that you have a great and memorable visit. Thanks, Paul.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jennifer. And we want to remind everyone that if you have questions for Jennifer and the other speakers, feel free to use the Q&A function in this webinar. Let's go with the next speaker, Christiane Eisen. Christiane is the president of Sport Safety and Education at the Corey Stringer Institute at the University of Connecticut. She leads national initiative to advance policies that prevent sudden death in sports and expand access to athletic training services, including the Innovate Project and the High School Sports Safety Project. Dr. Eason is the lead author of the athletics trainer's role in implementing heat stress mitigation strategies in the occupational setting. This research paper was developed under the National Athletic Trainers Association Task Force. I give you now Dr. Eason.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Christy Eason, and I am the president of sports safety and education at the Corey Stringer Institute. In addition to that, I'm also an athletic trainer. The Corey Stringer Institute is a nonprofit housed at the University of Connecticut, and our mission is to optimize performance and prevent sudden death for athletes, warfighters, and laborers who are physically active in the heat through research, education, and advocacy. And we were founded to create a lasting legacy for Corey Stringer, an NFL football player who died of an exertional heat stroke 25 years ago. Next slide, please. I want to start by framing heat illness. At its core, heat illness occurs when the body can no longer balance heat production with heat loss. During exercise, athletes are generating large amounts of metabolic heat, and in hot, humid environments, their ability to dissipate heat is significantly reduced. So we're dealing with an interaction between internal load, so how hard an athlete is working, and external load, the environmental conditions. And both of these are highly predictable. We know when practices occur, we know the intensity, and we know the environmental conditions. This means in most cases, heat illness is not a random event. It's a mismatch between demands placed on athletes and their ability to physiologically handle those demands. And that's exactly where prevention strategies like heat acclimatization comes in. Next slide, please. Because heat illness is driven by this interaction between internal and external load, football is a setting where the risk factors are consistently amplified. From an intrinsic standpoint, many football players have larger body mass, which increases metabolic heat production and makes heat dissipation less efficient. Layer on top of that the equipment that they wear, which acts as a barrier to heat loss. When we look at the extrinsic factors, we know typically practices begin in July or August. So we're pairing the increased training load with the time of the year with the most stressful environmental conditions. Additionally, the structure and culture of football often emphasize high intensity and continuous drills with a push through it mentality, which can limit opportunities for adequate recovery and early recognition of signs and symptoms. When you combine the physiological demands, equipment, environment, and culture, football becomes a setting where exertional heat illness is not just elevated, but systematically built in. Next slide, please. And when we look at the data, we see exactly how the risk plays out. In both high school and college, football athletes account for the highest number of exertional events. 100% of exertional heat stroke fatalities of high school and college football players occur during practice, not competition. And the timing of events is incredibly consistent. The increased rates of exertional heat stroke occur in the first 14 days of practice, with the greatest risk in the first 7 days. And we look at who is most at risk. Nearly all cases of exertional heat stroke fatalities occur in linemen. If we align our practices with what we know, we can intervene to prevent fatalities. Next slide. So if you know exactly when and where the risk is highest, we have to ask, where is the disconnect? At its core, the issue is a mismatch between what we're asking athletes to do and what they're physiologically prepared for. Most athletes are not arriving to preseason practice heat acclimatized, or even adequately conditioned. In today's environment, many have spent a significant portion of the summer indoors, possibly in air conditioning, in relatively low levels of sustained physical activity. So when they report to practice, we're often asking individuals who are not adapted to heat or high workloads to perform at a high intensity in the heat. And that gap is where risk is created. It's not just the heat, it's the sudden exposure without the gradual adaptation needed to handle it. And that's exactly where heat acclimatization is designed and can be helpful. Next slide, please. Heat acclimatization is a gradual physiological adaptation that occurs when the body is repeatedly exposed to heat while exercising or being physically active in the heat. Over a period of about 10 to 14 days, with the most significant adaptations happening in the first 6 days, we see measurable changes in the body's ability to tolerate heat. Core temperature rises more slowly. Heart rate is reduced at a given workload. Sweat rate increases and becomes more efficient. The body is essentially becoming better at managing heat stress. And this is not something that happens in a single practice. It requires about 60 to 90 minutes for at least 10 training sessions over 14 days for changes to occur. This is why and how we structure the first 2 weeks of practice to help reduce the risk of heat stress and allow heat acclimatization to occur. Next slide, please. So this table outlines the recommended progression over the first 14 days. But rather than walking through each line, I want to highlight underlying principles. First, the most critical window is the first 5 to 6 days. That's where the body is undergoing the most rapid physiological adaptation and where risk of exertional heat illness is the highest. During this period, the goal is to intentionally limit stress while allowing progressive exposure. We can do that in a few key ways. We can control the duration and intensity of practice sessions, gradually increasing over time rather than starting at a full workload. We build in adequate recovery between sessions, and importantly, we phase in protective equipment, starting with helmets only. Collectively, these modifications are not arbitrary. They are designed to reduce excessive metabolic heat production early on while optimizing the body's ability to lose heat. The balance is what allows athletes to safely acclimatize over that 10 to 14 day period. Next slide, please. One of the most important things to understand about heat acclimatization is that it costs nothing. There's no equipment to purchase, no technology required, no additional staffing needed. This is entirely how we structure practices. It's planning, it's education, and it's buy-in. And when we look at the data, and how predictable the risk is, the question really becomes, if we know when athletes are most vulnerable, and we have evidence-based strategies to reduce the risk of those strategies, and they're free, then is the barrier really resources? It seems to me that the barrier is adoption and implementation. Next slide, please. While heat acclimatization is foundational, it is important to emphasize it's just one component of a comprehensive heat safety strategy. We should also be thinking about hydration, environmental monitoring, and modifying activity based on conditions. We do also have to be prepared for the possibility that exertional heat stroke can still occur. And I want to say this clearly. Exertional heat stroke is 100% survivable if it's recognized promptly and treated appropriately. The key is rapid cooling, specifically reducing core temperature below the critical threshold within 30 minutes. Having a plan in place can be the difference between life and death. So as we think about heat safety, it's not one strategy, it's a system. Next slide, please. And even with that system, we must recognize that not all athletes experience heat stress the same way. When we look at football specifically, there are clear differences in risk between positions. Linemen, for example, tend to have larger body mass, higher metabolic heat production, and a reduced ability to dissipate heat. They also tend to have shorter, more explosive bouts of activity on the field than, say, a wide receiver. Despite these differences, we often train and condition athletes the same, which raises an important question. Should all athletes be subjected to the same conditioning, or should we be thinking intentionally about position-specific workloads? Because if certain athletes heat up faster and cool down slower, then applying a one-size-fits-all model may be increasing risk unintentionally and unnecessarily. Next slide, please. And along with how we structure training, we should also take a hard look at some long-standing practices that maybe increase risk. In many cases, risk isn't just created by the environment. It's reinforced by expectations. Using exercise or conditioning as a form of punishment is one example. When we think back to what I previously shared about exertional heat illness being driven by the balance between metabolic heat production and the environment, punishment sessions can rapidly push athletes beyond what they can safely tolerate. Layer on top of that the cultural expectations to push through discomfort, and it can delay recognition and response when something is wrong. This isn't just about changing policies. It's about aligning the culture of training with what we know about physiology and risk. Next slide. When we put this all together, the path forward becomes more clear. The message is simple. We know the risk profile, we understand the physiology, and we have evidence-based strategies to reduce risk. That means in most cases, outcomes are not unexpected. They are preventable. We don't have to continue seeing exertional heat stroke fatalities. When we implement structured heat acclimatization, we modify preseason practices appropriately, we educate athletes and coaches, and ensure preparedness for rapid recognition and treatment, we move from reactive to proactive, from risk to readiness. That shift doesn't require new science, it requires application of what we already know. Next slide, please. Thank you for your time today. If there are any questions, or if anyone would like to continue the conversation, I would genuinely encourage you to reach out. I'm always happy to connect, and our team at the Corey Stringer Institute is available as a resource for questions related to heat safety, policy, or implementation. And so before I go, I just want to leave you with this quote from James Roscoe Day. "One human life is too big a price for all the games of the season."
Thank you so much, Christy. We have a question for you that came from one of our attendees. The question is, it seems there are more and more synthetic turf fields in use. compared to, say, 20, 30 years ago? Are there any metrics indicating practicing on synthetic surfaces increase the risk of heat-related problems?
That's an excellent question. And I know my colleagues, Andy Grudstein and Bud Cooper, will probably address this a little bit later too. But what I would say is we do know that the microclimate is very important for measuring environmental conditions. And we do know that because of the materials of what most turfs are made of, it can retain heat a little bit more. However, when you look at the difference between a turf field and a grass field, there's many factors that contribute to the environmental conditions. And so we don't see a significant increased risk for heat stress on turf versus grass. But I would reemphasize that it's that microclimate and the importance of measuring on the site of activity that becomes so important.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Christy. Well, if you have more questions for Christine or any other of our speakers, please feel free to use the Q&A function here in the webinar. So let's go with our next speaker, who is Dr. Jim Taylor. He is an internationally recognized authority on the psychology of endurance sports. He's also an elite endurance athlete himself, a sub-3-hour marathoner, a 2-time Ironman finisher, a 5-time national champion, and 4 times world championship medalist triathlete. I give you now Dr. Taylor.
Hi, everyone. Glad everybody could be here. I really appreciate the opportunity to share my perspective on the psychological aspects of extreme heat. I really appreciated Christy's presentation about all the research related to the physiological demands of heat. And the reality is that we don't think too much about the psychology of extreme heat because it is such a powerful physiological experience. And so, I come to this as the moderator, the introducer, indicated from 2 perspectives. First, I have a PhD in psychology, and I work with a lot of high-level athletes from youth up to professionals and Olympians on the psychology of sport in general. And inevitably, many of them compete in very tough conditions. And you don't have to be an endurance athlete to have to struggle with the heat, as Christy indicated. Football players have suffered mightily dealing with August 2 days and so on. And I totally appreciated her comment about the culture of toughen it out. And of course, that is a huge psychological component too. I also come obviously from a personal perspective. I've competed over the last few years in extreme heat in Omaha, Nebraska, in Miami, and even in Abu Dhabi, where the World Championships were a few years ago, and the water was like a hot tub. Certainly, there are immense challenges physiologically in responding to the heat. But one thing people often don't think of is that the psychology is not just psychology. The mind is not some separate entity. It is an organ in the human body. So that which is psychological is also physiological. And vice versa, that which is physiological is also psychological. So I see them working very closely together. I don't have quite the fancy slide deck as Christy does, but I'll do my best with it. Next slide, please. So the reality is, again, as Christy emphasized much more clearly than I will, sport and heat don't play nice together. The reality is that athletes generally struggle in extreme heat. And some of the physiological changes that have been, I'm sure, referred to in this conference is increased core body temperature. Dehydration is obviously a huge part of it. And I at national championships in Milwaukee a few years ago was about 90 degrees with 90-degree humidity. And toward the end of the races, people were dropping like flies. Fortunately, no one died, but a lot of people went to the medical tents, and a lot of people had to give up the dream of finishing the races. And that's often due to insufficient dehydration. Clearly, loss of energy. Performance declines because athletes in extreme heat lose their energy, and they don't have enough to expend to compete. Another one I've experienced, of course, is cramps. which is there are a few things more painful that I've experienced in my life physiologically than cramps due to dehydration. Then, of course, more seriously is the heat stroke, which I don't know a lot about, but I know it's not good. Invariably, as I indicated, there's a sharp decline in performance. And then, of course, the sad reality that happens more often than it really should. And I know that the work at UConn with the Corey Stringer Institute is doing everything it can to minimize is death. But bottom line, bringing it back from the morbidity of death, talking about death, is that it's just not fun. Because all athletes, whether you're an endurance athlete like myself or a high school or football, college football player, we all hopefully do it because it's fun. And when you add extreme heat into the natural demands of the sport, it makes it pretty unpleasant. And so I do want to emphasize that notion that you want that when it takes away the fun, that makes it a lot harder. Next slide, please. So the reality is it's extreme heat plays some serious mind games on us. And here's a picture from the Death Valley marathon. And that sign is obviously extremely apropos. And the way I think about extreme heat psychologically is that the body already is sustaining incredible physical injury from the heat. The physiological demands that I just mentioned take an immense toll. And when you add the mind games that go into the extreme heat, that adds psychological insult to physical injury. And in a couple of different areas. First of all, perception. Perception for me is the filter through which everything we do in responding to a world happens. So how we perceive a situation, how we interpret it, how we come to understand it, impacts how we think, the emotions we experience, the physiology we experience, and then ultimately how we perform. And so a big role that the mind plays in dealing with extreme heat is how we perceive it. And again, going back to the issue of culture, that if athletes in training in heat, particularly in team sports, but also to a large degree, I suppose, in individual sports as well, when there's a culture of toughing it out, of not being a wimp, of being tougher than everybody else, those create perceptions. And those perceptions then cause athletes to push themselves far beyond what they're physiologically capable of. Because the reality is that from a survival instinct, from an evolutionary perspective, we are wired in a way that we rarely ever get to the point where we fall down. Because if that was the case, then evolution wouldn't have done a very good job in ensuring we survived. And a classic example of that, for those of you who are triathlete or Ironman participants or fans, Julie Moss in 1982, the Ironman World Championships in Kona. She was leading the race with literally about 50 feet to go. The finish line was right there. And she falls down. And people rush to her to help her. And she says, "Stay away. If I'm touched, I'll get disqualified." So if you want to go on YouTube, type in Julie Moss 1982 Ironman World Championships. It's an amazing thing to see. She gets up, she staggers, she falls down, she staggers forward. And a number of years later, I actually had the opportunity to talk to her about it. And she said her mind was totally sharp. She was sending these messages to her body, and her body was simply not listening. What made this probably the most iconic image in Ironman triathlon history is that with about 20 feet to go, the second place finisher, Kathleen Kennedy, I think her name was, she passed her and won. But everybody who was involved in triathlon, for the most part, knows who Julie Moss is. And it's a classic example of she went to a place that far exceeded the normal limits that we respond to. Because typically when we're dehydrated, we drink. When we cramp, we stop. Because our survival instinct is kicking in and causing us to respond to ensure that we don't die. Because that, of course, is the fundamental element, purpose of the survival instinct. So anyway, a little divergence there, but it's about perceptions and how you look at it. And that culture can cause people to go beyond. It also saps motivation. It's just harder to work harder when it's unpleasant, when it's not fun, when it hurts a lot. Also, from a performance and a goal perspective, it hurts confidence. If you think you're going into a competition, whether a football game, a tennis match, a running race, and you know how hot it's going to be, then that hurts your belief in your ability to overcome to achieve those goals. And typically what you have to do is make some adjustments that I'm not going to go as fast. I'm not going to be as strong as I could be. The next thing is it distracts focus, because obviously playing a sport, whether it's a highly technical sport like tennis or a power sport like weightlifting, or a mixed sport like basketball or football, where there's both skill and power and athleticism involved, or an endurance sport like running or triathlon, the ability to stay focused is essential, not only in terms of effective performance, but also effective technical execution, and also, oddly enough, effective injury prevention. Because very often what causes an injury is a breakdown in technique or effort. And so the ability to stay focused is so essential for high-level performance. And when when there are external factors like extreme heat, that causes the distractions which take the mind off of what enables people to execute well and makes it much more difficult to perform. The last thing from a psychological perspective are emotions. So think about for those of you who are endurance athletes of any level, because you don't have to be a world-class athlete to know what it's like to suffer in extreme heat in a running race or of some sort, is the unpleasant emotions. So think about the emotions you experience. Probably some anger, some frustration, some devastation, some despair. And these are also survival instinct emotions, because the reason why negative emotions, unpleasant emotions evolved was because they ensure that we don't return to the experience that we had before. Because as a general rule, we avoid things that make us feel bad. But the paradox here is that this worked on the Serengeti 250,000 years ago, when we first officially became Homo sapiens, because if we were at a watering hole and a crocodile scared the heck out of us, we remembered that, so we didn't go back to the watering hole, because we didn't want to get eaten. We wanted to survive. But that doesn't work in modern day sports, because it's an inherent part of engaging in sports is it hurts. There are some unpleasant emotions associated with it. And so when we feel these unpleasant emotions, it turns the volume up, because as many of you may know, emotions are not just psychological, ethereal things. They are actual neurophysiological experiences. So when emotions kick in, that affects physiology dramatically. Next slide, please. Okay, so the question is how to beat the heat. And clearly this competitor did not beat the heat. The first thing is to recognize that it's hot for everyone. And this is something that people find quite funny when I share this idea with them, because I've never been in a triathlon. I've never done a marathon where it was only hot on me. Everybody has the same conditions. And what's often quite remarkable is I'd be running in a race and I look at somebody and they seem cool, calm, and collected, and I'm dying. And I'm thinking, like, what's up with them? They're doing great. But you know what the reality is? They're looking at me thinking the exact same thing, because they don't know what our internal experience is, unless, of course, we're cramping, we're lying on the side of the road, we're walking slowly, and so on. But that alone, you know the expression, misery loves company. Well, that's not quite true. The actual saying should be misery loves misery's company. Because I'm sure you all know, if you're miserable about something and nobody else is suffering, then you don't want them around, because they're irritating, because they're not struggling. But we like being around others when they're suffering too. And I'm sure this is a tribal, communal thing that we experience, and it reduces some of the discomfort. It reduces our perceptions, because we feel like we're in it. We're not in it alone. We're all there supporting each other together. So the first thing that's really important is simply to recognize that you're not the only one out there suffering. Another little side note on that. Language. I'm a big word guy. I've written a bunch of books. I do a ton of writing. And words are powerful things. And the words we use help us impact how we perceive ourselves. So for example, a number of years ago, I was out on a bike ride with a bunch of friends, super hot day. And at the end, we were sitting around and one of the guys says, "Man, that was a sufferfest out there. That was a sufferfest." And we all agreed, because we suffered through it. We were heroic, right? And then a few years later, I started giving talks to the Leukemia Society, and they put on Team in Training, and which basically people raise money in order to get trained to do a marathon or a triathlon or something like that. And part of giving these workshops to Team in Training Leukemia Society was that they would often bring in somebody who was struggling with cancer. And it got me thinking about what is it that makes it so difficult that we struggle with these things. And so I decided that what we experience is not suffering. It's not even pain really in extreme heat. It's discomfort. And simply by calling it discomfort, it becomes less intrusive. The next is don't rage against the machine. And this is an expression I use all the time. And what it basically means is don't get angry and try to resist things over which you can't do anything about. Because that simply makes it more difficult. You're suffering in the heat, and you're angry and upset that you're suffering in the heat, which makes it worse. The next thing, of course, and I'll put these two together, is control the controllables and be prepared. So many athletes, if they're racing a really hot race, they'll spend time training in hot environments. Top Ironman pros, they will work out in a sauna. They'll turn their training room, the heat way up. So acclimating it. Also, of course, controlling what's the controllables. What can you do to deal with it? You see, if you're a cycling fan, pro cyclists, they wear cooling vests. I wore one in Abu Dhabi. Staying inside as much as you can, hydrating as much as you can. All these kind of things. Wearing white clothing. Don't go to the dark side about the heat. That's also a really big one, because it's easy to go negative because the heat is not fun. But it's really important not to go there, because that simply turns the volume up. Again, psychological insult to the physical injury. It's really important to be positive, but also realistic. Because if it's going to be a really hard day, and you know it's going to be, it's unrealistic to try to convince yourself, oh, it's going to be wonderful out there. It's going to be so fun. I'm going to have a great time. You're not going to. It's going to hurt. It's going to be hard. The second and last thing is to avoid the I hate heat people. One of the things that I hear all the time when I'm at endurance events is people complain about the heat. My singular advice to you, if you're around one of these people, run away. Because it's difficult to avoid letting those messages of I hate this is not going to be so fun, it's going to be so hard, I'm not going to reach my goals, not to sink into your psyche. So the best thing to do is hang out with I accept the heat people, or just stay by yourself. The very last thing to wrap up is that in my work, if I did shrink everything down to a simple distinction between those who are successful in overcoming the challenges and those who aren't, is a simple distinction. Do they perceive the situation as a threat or as a challenge? With a threat, what's your natural response when you're threatened by something? You run away. Your thoughts go negative. Your emotions go negative. Your focus goes negative. Your motivation goes negative. Your confidence goes negative. Your mind goes negative. You have very little chance of succeeding in those conditions with a threat response. A challenge response is just the opposite. What's your natural reaction when you're challenged by something? To want to go after it. Your thinking, your emotions, your focus, your motivation are all positive in going in the direction toward it. So at the very least, accept it's going to be a hard day, but that's why I do it, because there's a very last point to keep in mind. The reason why we do endurance sports is because they're hard. If it didn't hurt, if it wasn't easy, if it was easy, nobody would do them because there'd be no fulfillment. The reason why we do it is to challenge ourselves, to try new things, to push out of our comfort zone, to see what we're capable of, to push our limits. That is that part of us that drives us to do these kind of events. Last slide, just to very much wrap up. Ultimately, it's like be cool mentally, because that will, in its own way, without realizing it, turn the heat down just a little bit and make it a little more bearable. I think it's all I've got for now. Are there any questions, comments?
Thank you so much, Jim. And yes, we do have questions in the Q&A function of the chat. So you can go in there and respond some of the questions. We need to move to the other speakers because of time constraint. Yeah. But yeah, there is a question for you in there. So let's go with the next speaker, who is Andrew Grunstein. Andrew is a professor of geography and a member of the Atmospheric Sciences program at the University of Georgia. His research focuses on the human health impacts of weather hazards with an emphasis on heat and the development of mitigation strategies. He has contributed to heat policy development with organizations including the Georgia High School Association and the International Olympic Committee, and co-authored consensus guidelines on heat safety in sport and occupational settings. I give you now Andrew Grunstein.
Thank you for the introduction. Okay, so obviously my talk is on heat illnesses among marching band members. Next slide, please. So multiple speakers here have talked about the well-known heat-related hazards for lots of different people, especially active groups like athletes and workers. One group that tends to get overlooked are marching band members, but they have a lot of the same risk factors as athletes and other active people. They can be outdoors for a long period of time. They can wear heavy uniforms that can inhibit cooling. They can be engaged in moderate or even fast-paced activity, carrying instruments. Several recent or fairly recent studies support this idea. In a 2025 study, half the collegiate marching band members surveyed experienced heat-related health problems. A 2021 study showed that marching band members can experience rising body temperatures during performances and rehearsals, similar to what athletes might experience. So what I want to do today is share some of the work that we've done quantifying the incidence and the patterns of heat-related illness among marching band members in the United States. Next slide, please. So the outline of where I'm going here is I'll show you the heat health incidence that we mapped, the geographic and seasonal patterns, the circumstances under which these tend to occur, the environmental conditions under which they occur, and then a case study that will try to pull a lot of these factors together, showing what could happen in an event where many people experience heat-related illnesses. Next slide. So I know that Dr. Falat earlier today had discussed many of the exertional heat illnesses, but it's been a while, so let me just really quickly get you up to speed. Exertional heat illnesses are heat-related health problems that affect active people, thus the word exertion in there. And it can vary from the more minor, like heat syncope where you pass out, to life-threatening heat stroke. So to quantify these, and I'll just aggregate all of these together as EHIs or exertional heat illnesses. So we use news reports to gather a data set from 1990 to 2020. And one thing I should say is that when you use news reports, underreporting is a potential problem. So the numbers I give you are probably conservative. We found 34 cases during this time and a total of 393 heat health incidences. One of the interesting findings was that there were multiple EHIs per event. That was pretty common, with an average of about 12. And this is particularly relevant. I know several people talked about preparations during events because it could put strain on medical resources like EMS. One dramatic example was in 2017, a marching band competition at Penn High School in Indiana. There are 35 heat illnesses, and they needed to call 9 ambulances from multiple townships to deal with this. Now, in addition to these numbers, we found that we looked at who was affected, and most of them were high school marching band members, about 88%, and the remaining were at the college level. We also estimated, based on their activities, that about 68% of them were wearing full uniforms when they experienced an EHI. Next slide. Now, first, I'll start off looking at the geographic patterns here. There are some other features on here, the shading and the size of the circles, that I will get to a little bit later on when I talk about the environmental conditions. All the cases we identified were in the eastern half of the country, and This was very similar to the pattern we saw when we studied fatal heat stroke deaths of American football players. Within the East, it happened in a variety of regions in the Southeast, the Midwest, and the Northeast. Texas had the most total number of heat-related health problems at 58. Next slide. So we also looked at the timing of these incidents, and most of the cases I mentioned were among high school marching band members. So this influenced the pattern around the school year. So you can see in the figure on the right, in May, there's about 15%. The numbers went down in June and July when school was out. And then they went up again in the fall when school started and they started performing at fall sporting events. Fall also is the time it tends to be very hot. So about 71% of the heat-related health problems occurred between August and October. Next slide. Now, next, we wanted to look at the circumstances. And one of the things that made me interested about this is a lot of my work was on sports and football players. And we found that heat-related health problems with football players happen at practices, but less so at games. So we wanted to look at the different types of activities that marching band members participated in and see if they all had similar types of risk. So we identified several different activities they did. Performances, such as playing at a football game, rehearsals where they practiced, competitions where they competed with other marching bands in front of judges, and then parades. And what we found was EHIs showed up in all the different activities. Parades and rehearsals, however, accounted for a little over 60% of the cases, although competitions and performances account for the remaining about 36%. Next slide. Next, we looked at the environmental conditions. And coming back to this map that I initially showed you, there's a few extra pieces of information on here. You see the shading on here. We shaded the humidity levels using dew point. And you can see that all of the events occurred in, or incidents occurred in areas that had more humidity. The circles were graduated. So the larger the circle, the more unusual the temperatures were compared to local conditions. And I'll talk about that in a second. So what we found was, on average, it was hot, with daytime maximum temperatures reaching about 91 degrees. All of the incidents, 34 incidents we found, were hotter than average by local conditions, except for one. And about 70% were well above average, or one standard deviation above the long-term average. And this finding is important because even marching band members, who lived in that area would find these conditions very unusual and likely not be acclimatized or physiologically adjusted to it. But this would be a particular problem if you had a marching band from a cooler location who was even less used to those conditions. And I'll circle back to this when we talk about the case study. And just coming up again with the humidity levels, it's likely that the higher humidity would impair cooling and could increase the heat stress for marching band members. And this is one of the reasons we're seeing a lot of them in the eastern half of the country and less in the west. Okay, next slide, please. Now, we wanted to use a case study to pull together multiple factors that could influence heat-related health problems in marching band members. And this actually combines, in this case study, it was Bristol, Rhode Island. It was a 4th of July parade in 2018. And 50 marching band members and spectators, and I know some of the previous speakers had discussed about health-related problems with spectators at events as well, were treated for heat health problems, and 25 of those were a marching band from Minnesota. In the image on the right, you can see sections, the parade path and sections of the parade. The parade was about 2.5 miles in length. It lasted a little under 3 hours between about 10:30 and about 1:15. Much of the route was unshaded. Even those areas that had some trees didn't provide a lot of shade for the participants. Next slide. So the question is, what made this one such a problem from a heat standpoint? Well, there are several pieces that came together with this. First of all, it was unusually hot that day if we think about environmental conditions. And the table here on the right shows the conditions on that day, July 4th, 2018. And on the bottom half of the table is the 30-year long-term average for comparison. So it was, that day was in the upper 80s, reached up to 90 by the end of the parade. That's about 10 degrees hotter than normal. It was more humid than normal. So the dew point temperatures are at 68. And for those of you not familiar with dew point, these are pretty high levels of moisture, similar to what we would experience in the southeastern United States. The skies were mostly clear for most of the parade, only about 25% sky coverage. So lots of sunlight. The heat index, which combines temperature and humidity, was in the 90s and was 10 to 14 degrees above the long-term mean. And the wet bulb globe temperature was about 84 to 85, which is 6 to 7 degrees above normal. I think a previous speaker had discussed wet bulb globe temperature. It integrates multiple factors, temperature, humidity, sunlight, among others. And just to place things in perspective, in sports, when that number goes over 82, you start instituting mitigation measures, more rest breaks, and so forth, and you see an increased number of heat-related health problems. So what these numbers indicate, it was a very stressful time environmentally. The second factor that may have contributed this were the uniforms. Marching band members, and you can see the figure here, wear uniforms including hats, long sleeve, heavy tops, pants, gloves, and what we did a heat balance study, and we found that these full uniforms reduced evaporative cooling by 50%, and that means greater heat stress. You can see the figure in the bottom right corner there where they're wearing summer uniforms with shorts and short sleeve shirts, allows them a better ability to cool. The third factor was acclimatization. The first point I mentioned, it was much hotter than normal, so this would have been very stressful for everyone, but especially for out-of-town marching bands. The marching band from Minnesota that had 25 heat-related illnesses were likely not acclimatized to these unusually hot conditions, and thus they were more sensitive to the heat. Next slide. So our big takeaways here are that heat is a risk for marching band members, just like other populations, and they need safety guidelines, just like athletes and workers. That means weather-based activity adjustments, for instance, using summer uniforms when it gets very hot, making sure they properly hydrate and they have rest breaks. They can acclimatize to the heat. Dr. Eason had talked about how important that was for football players. It's important for band members too. And to have an emergency action plan if members experience a heat-related illness. Now, one of the other things, get to my, one of our graduate students, Anna Long, had looked into heat policies in the eastern half of the country where 34 of all of our cases occurred. And it was nice to see that some states did have policies for marching bands. And we got an example here from Oklahoma. The Oklahoma Secondary School Activities Association has a policy where they require marching band directors to take a band safety class. And I'll show you the next slide what that class includes. They also, skip back to the other slide, thank you. Got ahead of myself. Below that, marching band directors were also listed with coaches as part of their heat safety policy, monitoring weather conditions, making sure there's proper hydration and rest breaks, etc. Okay, now we can skip to the next slide. So this is an example. This is through the National Federation of State High School Associations, and they have the course curriculum includes a number of different factors, but it also includes a module on extreme temperatures. So I was really happy to see that band directors were receiving some training and also requirements about heat safety along with athletes. Next slide. And I think that's it. And if we do have time, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Andrew. We do have a question in the chat, so you can go into the Q&A function and respond it there because we need to move for the closing of the workshop. And now I will turn it over to Morgan to introduce our closing keynote for the first day of our NIHES workshop. Back to you, Morgan.
Thank you so much, Paul, and thank you so much to all the presenters in the past 3 sessions. It's been such an informative workshop so far, and this is only day 1. But I want to introduce our keynote speaker. So it is my honor to introduce our closing keynote speaker. Dr. Bud Cooper is an expert in the field of risk reduction of exertional heat illness. With over 30 publications in referred journals on this topic, his research has gained national and international recognition, thereby establishing Dr. Cooper as an authority in developing policies to reduce exertional heat illness risk. Dr. Cooper has been invited to speak nationally and international Olympic organizations concerning activity in extreme environmental conditions. Dr. Cooper has worked with prestigious organizations such as the Corey Stringer Institute and led a national work group to develop strategies and policies for both the athletic and industrial populations for exertional heat illness risk reductions. Welcome, Dr. Cooper.
Thank you, Morgan. Appreciate it. I'm glad to be part of this group and more importantly, glad to bring things kind of together as we wrap up the first day. We can go ahead and go to the next slide. So where I would like to address this keynote is how we look at the ways in which we can mitigate this EHI risk. A lot of speakers have talked about the psychological aspect, acclimatization, a number of different things. And all of those are excellent points that need to be addressed, are part of a very good risk reduction plan, but we still have a lot of hurdles that we still need to overcome. So next slide. So when we think about heat and whether or not it really is playing a role, it's a little bit startling when we start looking at the data and the numbers. So on the left, you'll see where do we see the problems? And a lot of the research that has been done has focused on athletics. But as Morgan mentioned, I head up a National Safety Council meeting a few years back where we looked at the industrial athletes. So we're talking about the folks that are working on our highways, the people that are building the skyscrapers, the migratory workers that are picking crops in the field, children. We're seeing more and more kids getting involved in travel club teams and playing year round. And then, there's the big debate, are we really embracing climate change or is it a fallacy? Is it just really not happening? So I'm not going to go there. I'll leave that to your own demise. But what we did see, and I think this was very interesting, globally, over 500,000 heat-related deaths occurred in 2025. Don't have the hard data for the United States yet. Still waiting for that to be compiled. However, the state of Maryland had 34 deaths, and that was on the upper end when we looked at the number of states. 2023, 2,300 plus reported heat-related deaths. And I think the thing that strikes me the most is, and Dr. Eason mentioned this, we look at heat stroke, which is the #1 cause of a heat-related death, that's 100% preventable. So we're not doing a good job here if we're seeing these many people succumb to these EHIs. Next slide. So I pulled this from one of the National Weather Service wires, and this was forecast for the temperature outlook in the continental United States for June through August of this year. And as you can see from the scale, where we are anticipating areas of the United States that are going to be a little hotter than normal, and those that are going to be maybe a little bit cooler. not surprising as we look across the Southeast, all the way over to Texas, hot area. I lived in the state of Georgia for 35 years, and yes, we are hot there. But then you look here in the upper Northwest, in the area of Seattle and Portland, Western Montana, Idaho, they're expecting those temperatures to be way above normal. And I'm an avid skier. I go to Montana every year to go skiing, and everybody knows that the Rockies and Montana, they had an abysmal year for snow. It was just too warm. So we're seeing some shifts in the climate, and we need to be proactive about that. Next slide. So Dr. Grunstein, who just previously spoke, he and I did a paper looking at what the average wet bulb globe temperatures were by state across, again, the continental United States. And we aggregated that data and we broke it down into 3 categories. And as you can see there, category 3, those are the areas that tend to have the highest wet bulb globe temperature levels. The gray area is where it's in the middle. And then in the lighter shade or white, that's in category 1. Now, once again, it's not too earth-shattering to see that the Southeast falls into that category 3. But if you follow that tail that goes out to the west, you can see where complications are really arising. And I'll use California as probably one of the best examples of that. That is a state that exhibits all 3 of those categories. So, if California was going to come up with a one-size-fits-all policy, it wouldn't work well because there are 3 distinct categories there. Austin, Texas, last year, they had a string of 30 plus days where now this is their ambient temperature, eclipsed 100 degrees 30 days in a row. That's very, very hot for any portion of the United States. Next slide. So those regional heat safety thresholds were developed in order for us to get a handle on where we could predictably say where we would expect the potential for our higher heat risk. And many states have taken that research that we did and they've applied it to their area to try to help them develop whether or not they need to have an aggressive policy on activities in the heat or whether they don't. But the thing of it is that it is impossible to use, and I'll use the data that we compiled in the state of Georgia and apply that to other states, albeit that many of them do that. A couple of states to our north have used our data and have pretty much mimicked the policies and procedures that we put together for the state of Georgia. But again, it's different as you go from state to state. Dr. Eason alluded to the Corey Stringer Institute and where that was found. Corey Stringer passed away roughly 25 years ago. It was preseason practice for an NFL team in Mankato, Minnesota. Would not think that that's the frying pan of the United States, but at the time in which he succumbed to his heat stroke, the temperatures were well above 90, very uncommon for that area. I'll give another quick example. One of my earlier studies that I did maybe about 15 years ago was for the NCAA. It was an epidemiological study. We looked at EHI occurrences among Division I and Division II football programs. And one of those teams that was in that study was Oregon State. Oregon State, for that year of that study, did not have one reportable exertional heat illness case among their football team. Their first game, however, was in Louisiana against LSU in Baton Rouge. Stadium in LSU is nicknamed Death Valley, not a misnomer there. And Oregon State had 13 cases of heat exhaustion in that football game. Why? Well, they weren't ready for that intense heat and humidity. So, they didn't do well because of not being acclimatized. Next slide. So that brings us to some more maybe in-depth questions. I'll bring up the point of climate and is it changing? I would have to agree that there is a shift. We're seeing warmer temperatures. We're seeing wilder temperature swings than we have in any time in the past. Heat-related deaths, they're still occurring. The Corey Stringer Institute compiles some of that data, and from their information, they're still seeing anywhere from 1 to 3 high school athletes that die from exertional heat stroke every year. It's not going down. It's staying pretty steady. So therefore, there needs to be some effective policies that are in place that can potentially help mitigate that. Now, one thing that I really want to get deep into the woods on is that policies are only good if they're enforceable and are not recommendations. A recommendation doesn't really do much for us because a recommendation is just saying, you know what, I recommend you to do that. So I'm in the state of North Carolina right now. It's about 81 degrees. It's sunny. It's a beautiful day. If I recommended to anyone in the audience that you should go outside and make sure that you wear a raincoat and take an umbrella, you'd probably say, why? It's not raining. Well, that would be my recommendation, but you don't have to follow that. So we have to be careful about that. We need to think about who the constituents are and who we need to address. Again, are they athletes? Are they children? Are they older adults? Are they industrial athletes? And then what do we need to do to get these new policies rolled out? And more importantly, how do we get total buy-in on those policies? So next slide. So the air temperature combined with humidity, combined with the sun's radiant heat, those are the 3 factors that make up the wet bulb globe temperature. Heat index has been mentioned before, and that is looking at just air temperature and humidity. That heat index formula is based on a male weighing 145 pounds, walking about 3 miles an hour in the shade, wearing long pants and a short sleeve shirt. It really doesn't address our athletic populations, our children, our industrial athlete. That's really the everyday average person. Wet bulb globe temperature, on the other hand, incorporates that radiant heat quality, and this is the what's referred to as the globe temperature. And I use the example, if you were to go outside on a warm day and place your hand against a brick building, it would feel really warm, and that's because that brick is absorbing the heat from the sun. The wet bulb globe temperature is a means with which we can measure environmental stress, and it's endorsed by the American College of Sports Medicine, American Pediatric Society, the Department of Defense, the NCAA, the NFL, and these are just a few of the prestigious organizations out there that use the wet bulb globe temperature, or WBGT, rather than the heat index. Next slide. So we consider that heat load, and Dr. Grunstein alluded to that, can play a pretty significant role. And in fact, when we look at how the wet bulb globe temperature is calculated, air temperature, humidity, and radiant heat, actually the air temperature is the least influential variable of those 3 that are included in there. However, when we think about what's going on in an environment at any given time, we have to be thinking about a variety of other things: equipment, field conditions, activity, the intensity of that. And Dr. Eason had a question regarding, do you see differences with now many schools moving to the sport turf? And I will refer to Dr. Jenny Vanos, who I think has been part of this workshop. She has done some research that looked at sport turf and measured the temperatures on those areas, and the temperatures are significantly warmer. A lot of it depends on what the substrate is that's underneath the sport turf. If you watch any of the football games on TV, college games, you'll see that black stuff fly up there. Well, that's ground up automobile tires. That can produce a significant amount of temperature increases, but they're going to some other products, and hopefully that'll be a little bit less. And then we look at activity intensity. So these are a lot of things that we really need to consider when it has an implication on an individual's heat load. Next slide. So how do we determine whether or not we have environmental stress? As I mentioned, the WBGT is the method of choice. And we, as researchers, recommend that an individual should have an on-site handheld WBGT monitor. We typically take those measurements about 3 to 4 feet above the ground because that is typically where the center of an individual's body is, about their navel area. And then we take those measurements about every 20 to 30 minutes. There are a number of other ways that are out there. Can you use weather stations? Can you use weather apps? Can you use satellite systems? I have done research with Dr. Grunstein where we looked at weather stations and weather apps, and neither one of those seemed to be a viable alternative to using on-site WBG assessments with a WBGT monitor. We have not done yet one on satellite systems, but hopefully that is something that we'll be doing in the future. Next slide. So that brings us to Georgia. And I was asked to touch a little bit about on that. Georgia is right now a leader, I would say, in developing policies and procedures at reducing EHIs, but that wasn't always the case. Dr. Grunstein, how I actually got to meet him, he did a study that looked at high school football deaths over a 20-year period, and unfortunately, that is a situation where you didn't want to come in first place, and Georgia did. So that being the case, the director of the Georgia High School Association got in touch with me stating that we need to do something. 2008, there were 2 deaths among high school players, and they were both heat stroke related. But really, there were really no heat policies in effect. And when it came to football practice, it was really the Wild West. We had some schools that would take their team, they would go away to some remote location where their dormitories had no air conditioning, and they would practice sometimes as many as 6 or 7 times a day. So really nothing that governed that. Next slide. So here is that paper that Dr. Grunstein did. And again, as you look at those graphics, you'll see, once again, very much like what we saw with his study on the marching band, everything's pretty much east of the Mississippi. Not much whole lot going on in the West, but again, Georgia was leading the way on that. So next slide. So we needed to do something. And again, the Georgia High School Association got in touch with us, and they proposed to us to fund a study that would look at what was going on and then determine where the problems were and what we needed to do. So our first step was to get with what I would call the players in the plan. And that was coaches, that was athletic trainers, that was athletic directors, principals. We wanted to hear from them and hear what their concerns were, because the public right now was really raising a voice, a loud voice, as to what is going to be done to prevent these deaths. So we devised a 3-year study, and we felt like that was what was necessary for us to get all of the necessary data. We looked at 25 different high schools representing 5 different areas within the state of Georgia. They represented large high schools, small high schools, and we followed what the data showed us. We employed athletic trainers to aggregate that data for us and send it to us. And we recorded that information from August 1st to the end of September. We put this plan together, we presented it to them, and everybody felt that this was a good idea. We knew we couldn't get it done in 1 year. We needed to get an average. So that's where we came up with a 3-year plan. And we were able to then devise what we wanted to do. Next slide. So we came up with a plan. We devised a policy. We implemented the policy, and we put it into place in 2012. When that policy was put into place until today, 2026, state of Georgia has not had one heat-related death when the policy has been followed. And that's a key point right there, is that when the policy has been followed. Yes, there was a death in 2019. It was a female Georgia basketball player, where the coaches in the month of July felt like they needed to get her ready for the fall season and had her run stadium steps, prevented her from drinking any water. And as a result of that, she suffered a heat stroke and died. That case resulted in a $10 million settlement. And those two coaches to this point are still under a criminal case. So that's still pending on that. But the important thing is that we have not had a heat-related death since 2012. So we have gone from being the worst to being what I would say one of the best. And our EHI cases dropped by over 74%. No heat strokes whatsoever. The majority of them were heat cramps, exertional heat cramps, and some heat exhaustions. Next slide. When the new policy was put together, it was first developed to go to be used with just football. And then we expanded that to every sport that the Georgia high school oversees, which includes marching band and all the other extracurricular activities. And then we expanded that to all year. And then just in 2025, we expanded that to include competition. Now, Dr. Eason alluded that all of the heat strokes that have occurred in her reporting occur in practice. And that's true. But we decided that we needed to include competition. And it was because in the fall of 2025, the city of Atlanta, their public high schools decided that they were going to move their football games from Friday night to Saturday afternoon at 12 or 1 o'clock. And I won't get into the reasons why they decided to change that. But because of that move, I felt that we needed to then apply these policies to competition. So I got with the executive director, I got with the head of the referee association, and the three of us worked out policies that are now in place in the state of Georgia. And they do include competition, not only for football, for cross country, for softball, and for tennis. So we've included that for all sports. We've also required that there has to be a wet bulb globe temperature monitor assessment done prior to the start of the competition. Phone apps and weather station information is not permitted or acceptable. And that the heat policy is a living document and it's under constant revision. I am still on their Sports Medicine Advisory Committee. And we just had a meeting 2 weeks ago and we revisited the policies and procedures, and we are in the process of making a few more tweaks to that. Next slide. So this is what we came up with. And Dr. Grunstein mentioned that when the wet bulb globe temperature hits 82 degrees or gets higher, that's when we start to see some problems. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. I'm not going to read it. But I do want you to take a careful glance in that and notice that as that wet bulb globe temperature increases, things are changing. We are increasing rest and hydration breaks. We are shortening the amount of time that a practice can be held. We are minimizing the amount of equipment that can be worn. And then we are having what we refer to as a black flag, or a point at which outdoor practices cannot be held. And that's when the wet bulb globe temperature hits 92. So we have a graduated scale that gets progressively more intuitive about what can be done, shortening, taking off equipment, increasing hydration and rest breaks, and so forth. Next slide, please. So where I want to come from is that we made every single one of these policies that were all based on data. And so when we met with the constituents in in the spring of 2012 and presented the results of our study, we presented this proposal. Dr. Grunstein was present, Dr. Doug Casa, who is the CEO of Core-Stringer Institute, president of Core-Stringer Institute. We had some very big players there. And we had hoped that we would be able to maybe institute half of the policies that we had projected for them. The committees that were in part going to make that decision met for about 30 minutes, came back, and their response was, Dr. Cooper, you were very open and transparent with us from the whole get-go. We are leading the nation in the number of deaths. We realize that we have a problem. You showed us the data that implicated why things needed to be done, and there is no way that we can't implicate every single one of your policies. So every single one of those things were adopted and put in, and it was because we have the hard data. It wasn't a consensus of opinion. It wasn't a group of experts sitting around a table and making a decision. It was decisions that were made based 100% on data. Next slide. So what I am trying to drive at here is that we were able to make those changes in Georgia, and it was based on data and it was based on communication. Dr. Eason talked a lot about acclimatization. That was one of the changes that we did. We implemented an acclimatization period that had to occur prior to the start of practice, which is August 1st. All athletes have to go through that. If they don't complete it, they don't get to start practice on August 1st. We did a number of different things that I think were very necessary, but very clear. We wanted to hear what everybody had to say. So we listened to them. We made sure that we addressed everybody's concern and that we had factual information. We maintained those strong relationships, and we were very flexible, and we constantly kept in communication. And because of that, I'm on my fourth executive director with the Georgia High School Association, and every single one of them, even though I've moved to North Carolina, everyone says, we want to keep you in the loop. We want to keep you part of this because we recognize what you've done for our state. And more importantly, we know what your expertise is and how we can continue to be leaders. Next slide. So athletics, we've talked a lot about that, but there are a lot of other things. I sat down with representatives from Georgia Power, which was one of the largest electrical power producing companies in Georgia. And they had big concerns because they realized that their workers that were out there working on power lines were also going to fall to heat illness if they weren't being taken care of. We looked at what was going on. We've got a line worker who's in a fiberglass bucket lift that's about 3 feet by 3 feet. They're wearing fire retardant clothes. They have a hard hat on. And their question was, what can we do? We can't take any of that away. So how can we mitigate that? And so we worked on what can be done. We implemented a work-rest ratio. We made sure that they took adequate breaks. We made sure they were hydrating. We made sure they were doing this in the shade. And we were doing the right things to help them. We didn't take away what they had to do, but we made good, solid decisions on how we can mitigate that risk. Migrant workers in the agriculture industry, boy, that's a wide open area that still needs to be further looked at. Like I said, I head up a national work group on that. And we exposed a lot of the risk categories, but we still need to do some things that can be better at reducing that risk. I always shake my head when I drive past a highway crew that's laying asphalt on a 95-degree day next to that truck that's just pouring out that hot asphalt. And I don't get it. So I hope there's good policies there. Nobody's talked to me about that yet, but I hope they're doing the right things. Construction crews are the same way. We need to look at that. Somebody that's putting together a skyscraper, they can't get in the shade. There's no shade 30 stories up. So a lot of work that still needs to be done. Next slide. This is the supportive research that Dr. Grunstein and I have been part of. And I would encourage all of you, if you want more information about that, to look at those papers. We are certainly not sitting on our laurels. We're continuing to push forward and doing everything that we can. Next slide. And with that, I want to thank everybody. I will certainly entertain any questions that anybody has. But I think what I will end things up with is that there have been many, many folks out there that are still doing tons and tons of research that are looking at a variety of different areas outside of athletics. I'm not saying that we need to slow down on that. We still have it going on, but we still have other populations that need to be addressed as well. So with that, we'll say thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cooper. That was a fantastic closing keynote. Such a great way to end us for the day. And as a someone who grew up in the Georgia high school education system, I'm so glad to see that there's been such an improvement in progress in protecting students and beyond. As you've mentioned, that this has implications for more than just athletics too. And really loved your points about the importance of data and communication as you're moving forward in this process as well. Well, this is the end of our day one. I am going to turn it over to my colleague Paul Schramm to do the official closeout, and then we will do a quick overview of our agenda for day two. So over to you, Paul.
Thanks, Morgan. And stick around, we're not quite done. I just have some brief closing comments, but then as Morgan said, she's going to cover the agenda for tomorrow and kind of close us out. So first, a huge thank you to all of the staff, especially at NOAA, CDC, EPA, the VA, all of the different my federal colleagues for all of the amazing behind the scenes work they did to bring this first day together. And also a huge thank you to all of the speakers. What just an amazing array of knowledge and experience covering the full spectrum of heat preparedness for outdoor events. Today, we explored how heat affects the human body, transportation, events, athletes, outdoor workers. The speakers connected those impacts to event planning by emphasizing how considerations ranging from venue surfaces to accessible hydration and cooling can be fully integrated into logistics and operations. As a college football fan, go Irish, I found it particularly interesting how Dr. Furman's study showed how hot stadiums can get on game day, and then multiple presentations covering the danger to both athletes and marching band members, and the progress made here in Georgia, where I also live, to prevent student-athlete deaths. And as an enjoyer of our national parks, while visiting White Sands National Park, I've seen the trail heat warning signs that Jennifer Proctor described. We heard some solutions today, and tomorrow we'll focus even more on strategies to help prevent negative health effects from exposures to these high temperatures. Now I'll pass it to Morgan for a more detailed overview of tomorrow's agenda and to close us out for today. Morgan?
Thanks, Paul. So just like today, we're going to start right back up here. It's the same exact Zoom link as today at noon with some opening reflections of today's conference, especially for those that may not have been able to attend. Then we'll dive right into some of these heat safety strategies at 12:15. So things like National Weather Service tools, some case studies of some really great communities that have been implementing safety strategies, as well as a conversation from a legal perspective of certain things that need to be taken into account when you're planning events. Then we will get into our second session, which we will take a break from presentations and have an interactive exercise through a mini heat tabletop exercise. So we will go through some different scenarios and be presented with different forecasts and really understand what is the information that you all need when making decisions about heat. So that will be about 45 minutes, and we'll use some interactive polling and give everyone time to be reflecting on the questions presented. Then we'll take a brief break and then we'll come back and do some case studies. So, really looking at 4 really great examples of ways that communities, such as, for example, the LA Marathon, a college football example, and more, have changed or made adjustments to different events based on heat. And then finally, we will have a closing keynote from Dr. Ollie J from Australia, and he's going to talk about the recent Australian Open and some impacts that heat had on that particular event, as well as the many different international heat tools available for this community. So again, just want to say thank you all so much for attending today's workshop. The recordings will be posted on our website, heat.gov, on the event page for you to go back and visit later. But we hope that this event was helpful for you as you're thinking about keeping your communities and your population safe for the upcoming season. Thank you so much and have a great day.